Chapter 201. And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, Arthur, eliminated 3 points. Vanessa's voice sounded. Poor Arthur was eliminated along with Lin and the others because his medicine couldn't cure the poison. The students on the plaza were all heartbroken to see the Celestial Court lose 2 of their most powerful fighters in an instant. The teacher in charge of teaching the alchemy class covered his face with his hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. After Lin and Lu Qianhuan were teleported out, all the negative statuses were cleared. Phew, that was close. I really felt like I was about to be poisoned to death, and Lin said with lingering fear in his heart. Yeah, being poisoned really doesn't feel good. That feeling of helplessness makes me despair. I'm definitely going to take my pill course seriously in the future. Lu Qianhuan clenched her fists and made up her mind. The 2 of them were eliminated, but the competition wasn't over yet because they still had Senior Wang to hold on. And Lin turned his gaze toward the crystal screen. They had already reached the 5th perilous realm. The 5th perilous realm was held in an immortal's ruins. There were ferocious beasts roaming around and countless traps. Wang Xuanzhan relied on his powerful strength and cautious reactions to pass through the 5th perilous realm. Surely, Qing Xian and Qing Ji were eliminated in this round. Huang Shan and Dong Yan performed exceptionally well. They were naturally sensitive to danger and were always able to evade the dangers lurking in the shadows. At the 6th perilous realm, there were only 4 representatives left. Huang Shan, Dong Yan, Wang Xuanzhan, and August. The demonic beast army was situated on a vast expanse of desolated land. All kinds of powerful demonic beasts roamed the land, and many beast hordes gathered here. All of a sudden, for outsiders descended upon this place. The demonic beasts' eyes lit up when they saw these 4 beings exuding powerful auras, and saliva dripped from their sharp teeth. Almost instantly, the demonic beast army erupted into action. The expressions of Huang Shan, Dong Yan, Wang Xuanzhan, and August all shifted, and they immediately activated their escape mode. This was a great escape for their lives. The entire continent was filled with demonic beasts, and there were even many powerful demonic beasts that were no less powerful than them. They only had one goal, and that was to eat these 4 outsiders. The 4 representatives all had a feeling that they were being hunted down by the entire world. Dong Yan was swallowed by a demonic dragon. August was engulfed by over 1,000 dark demons, and Wang Xuanzhan was blasted to death by the lightning demon falcons in the sky. In the end, only Huang Shan, who had burst forth with lightning speed, persisted for 10 minutes and successfully passed the desperate situation. Seeing this, Lin and Lu Qianhuan both sighed in disappointment. Following the defeat of their opponent, they only received 11 points in total for this competition. Emperor Flash arrived at the 7th perilous realm. There was a huge hole in the sky of that perilous realm. Before it could react, its body was destroyed by the spatial turbulence. The rare and abnormal impasse trial had finally come to an end. In the competition of life, the Buddhist kingdom received 10 points, the Garden of Eden received 12 points, the Hall of Creation received 12 points, and the Heavenly Court received 11 points. And Lin calculated the total score of the 4 powers before the final segment, C's, began. The Buddhist kingdom was at 70. 1. The Garden of Eden at 73. 2. The Hall of Creation at 70. 2. And the Heavenly Court at 72. 7. The difference in points between the 4 powers was still not very large. Furthermore, the Hall of Creation was not in last place. This surprised Lin greatly. Now they could only wait and see the final result of the final round. Vice Principal Yu Hua walked onto the stage and announced the rules of the C's competition in front of everyone. The final round is called the Holy Grail competition. There are 9 Holy Grails scattered in a place called the Zhong Long Mountain Ranges. Among them, there are 5 iron Holy Grails, 3 silver Holy Grails, and 1 gold Holy Grail. The representatives of the 4 powers must enter the Zhong Long Mountain Ranges to compete for the Holy Grails. Obtaining an iron holy grail is worth 1 point, a silver holy grail is worth 2 points, and a gold holy grail is worth 5 points. During the competition, the representatives of the 4 powers are allowed to fight. Once their defeat judgment seal is triggered, they will be eliminated. Saying this, Vice Principal Yuhua waved his hand, and a defeat judgment seal appeared on everyone's body. Looking at this familiar defeat judgment seal, and Lin heaved a faint sigh. It looked like this competition was destined to be a brutal one. Battles were unavoidable. A white teleportation spell formation appeared on the stage. The representatives of the 4 powers all stood on the teleportation spell formation and waited to be teleported. On the plaza, regardless of whether it was the tens of thousands of students or the thousands of attendants from the other powers, all of them were cheering for their respective powers with all their might. This was the final round of the competition, and it was also the round that would determine the final victor. Everyone became extremely excited, and their cheers and shouts resonated throughout the entire plaza. A white light flashed, and the representatives of the 12 powers were teleported to the Zhonglong mountain ranges. At the same time, a gigantic screen began to appear on the Blue Sky Plaza. It clearly displayed the images of the 12 people, and Lin opened his eyes again after recovering from his dizziness. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of green mountains. He immediately looked to his side and discovered that Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan were still there. However, the other 3 powers were no longer nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief. This teleportation method avoided the possibility of a battle erupting as soon as they entered the plaza. In order to prevent other powers from attacking us, let's move together, Wang Xuanzhan suggested, and Lin nodded. Since battles were allowed here, it meant that they could clear out their opponents first before slowly searching for the Holy Grail. At a time like this, being left alone was tantamount to suicide. Look over there, there's a tall, white pagoda. Could the Holy Grail be there? Lu Qianhuan pointed toward a tall mountain in the east, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan looked toward the direction that Lu Qianhuan was pointing. About 2 to 3 kilometers away, there was indeed a white pagoda. Under the illumination of the sun, the white pagoda reflected a white light. There's actually a pagoda in such an obvious place. I can't help but feel like there's something fishy going on. Wang Xuanzhan looked toward the pagoda with furrowed brows. Having a target is always better than searching aimlessly. Let's go over and take a look. And Lin felt that even if there was an ambush, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape with their strength, so they might as well investigate. Lu Qianhuan raised her hands. I agree. Just like that, the vote was 2 to 1. The 3 of them began to walk toward the white pagoda. Along the way, the ground suddenly began to tremor violently. Be careful! Wang Xuanzhan drew his spear and looked ahead cautiously. And Lin also sensed the oppressive aura in front of him, and his entire body began to tense up. Roar! A huge golden tiger with spikes all over its body broke through the forest. Like a sharp sword, it pounced toward Wang Xuanzhan at an extremely fast speed. The 3 of them stared at the huge tiger, and their pupils contracted as waves of shock surged through their hearts. It wasn't because of how ferocious this huge tiger was. Instead, it was because they saw that the huge tiger was wearing a crown on its head. That crown looked like an iron holy grail. The huge golden tiger was here to deliver the Holy Grail. Chapter 202. Bring it on! Wang Xuanzhan roared, and lightning crackled around his spear as it stabbed toward the huge golden tiger. The huge golden tiger's claws collided with the spear, and energy exploded outward in a circular manner. Wang Xuanzhan was knocked back a few steps by the powerful force, and the huge tiger also flipped backward before crashing onto the ground. Hee hee, kid, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. The huge tiger grinned. Within a radius of 30 feet around it, a golden gale suddenly appeared. As the gale howled, The surrounding trees were sliced into shreds before being incinerated into nothingness. And Lin's breathing accelerated as he stumbled back in retreat upon seeing this. This was a complete domain. The Iron Holy Grail actually required one to defeat a solid meta beast in order to obtain it. This competition was way too difficult, and Lin felt like he should just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. At his cultivation base, he would only add to the chaos if he joined the battle. Dragon scales began to appear all over Wang Xuanzhan's body, and his aura became more powerful. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a series of thunderclaps erupted in the sky. A lightning domain began to appear around him, and lightning flowed like countless dragons. The power of his ancient dragon tribe bloodline was completely activated, and a power that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. And Lin nodded in approval. This was a truly powerful soul formation stage cultivator. The pressure he exuded was much more powerful than that of the huge golden tiger. The huge golden tiger shuddered, and it also sensed this powerful force. It let loose a roar toward Wang Xuanzhan, and the roar transformed into golden sound waves that surged toward Wang Xuanzhan. This roar could be said to have traveled 5 kilometers, and even the earth began to tremble and crack. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan covered their ears in pain. Wang Xuanzhan stood proudly on the spot, despite being struck by the sound waves. "You want to compete with me in terms of roar?" Wang Xuanzhan sneered and also let loose a dragon roar toward the huge golden tiger. Roar! This dragon roar was imbued with the supreme might of a dragon and the rumbling of divine lightning, and it was even more terrifying than before. It instantly drowned out the huge golden tiger's roar, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet caved in from the sound waves. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan clasped their hands over their ears in agony. Their eardrums felt like they were about to rupture, and even their heads felt like they were about to explode. Their eyes almost rolled back into their heads as they frothed at the mouth. "Captain, don't accidentally injure our allies." And Lin cried out in pain, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the terrifying sound waves. Both of them were about to cry. If they were going to fight, then fight. What was the point of comparing whose voice was louder? In this way, they would be killed by their own people before the fight even started. The huge golden tiger spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of Wang Xuanzhan's dragon roar. Its eyes widened in shock. It originally wanted to use its roar to intimidate the enemy, but it did not expect the other party to have a louder voice than it did. "No, this man is too strong. I can't beat him." The golden tiger's instinct told it that it would die if it didn't run. Die. Tiger, slaying god technique. It roared and slammed its claws on the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise. Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhan's body tensed up, and he prepared to defend himself. 3 seconds later, his expression shifted drastically. F*CK, it's trying to escape. Lightning crackled all over his body, and with a swoosh, he chased in the direction that the giant golden tiger had fled. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were still picking their ears. Tears began to well up in Lu Qianhuan's eyes. "And Lin, do you think I'm deaf? Why can't I hear anything now?" And Lin's mouth gaped open as he yelled, "Huh, what did you say?" Lu Qianhuan also yelled at the sight of Lin's mouth moving. "Huh, what did you say? Where do you think you're going?" Lightning crackled around Wang Xuanzhan's spear, and he transformed into a lightning dragon projection as he stabbed toward the huge golden tiger. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning striking down from the sky, giving the huge tiger almost no time to react. The huge tiger only had time to turn its butt away before the spear pierced into its waist. Lightning crackled for over 1,000 feet, tearing the earth apart. Blood splattered through the air as the huge tiger howled in anguish. Wang Xuanzhan didn't stop there. Instead, he charged toward the huge tiger as he mercilessly struck down with his spear. Dragon Bow. The projection of an azure dragon appeared between heaven and earth as the spear descended toward the huge tiger. The huge golden tiger kicked off with its legs and unleashed its domain to its fullest extent. Golden streams of wind formed a huge tiger head, which roared as it crashed toward the azure dragon projection. Boom! The azure dragon and tiger head clashed and tore at each other. Terrifying energy exploded forth as the ground cracked and caved in. Violent gusts of wind swept through the surroundings, forming a series of gale-force winds. In the end, the azure dragon defeated the tiger head. The spear slashed through the air in a cold arc before striking the huge golden tiger's head. Congratulations, the Celestial Court has received 1 point. Vice Principal Yu Hua's voice suddenly sounded from the sky, and Lin and Lu Qianhuan, who were rushing over from behind, were initially dazed upon hearing this announcement. Then they were ecstatic. Haha, Senior Wang is so reliable. Looks like he's already taken care of that huge tiger. Lu Qianhuan waved her fists excitedly. After a period of deafness, they finally regained their hearing. Right now, they were flying toward the location where Wang Xuanzhan was battling. In that case, there will be an announcement every time they obtain a Holy Grail. The other forces clearly haven't obtained a Holy Grail yet, so our team is the first to blossom. And Lin said with a smile, every point they could earn now was a point. It looked like their team was progressing quite well. Elsewhere in the Zhong Long mountain ranges, August looked into the distance and sighed with emotion. As expected of the representatives of the Celestial Court, they've already obtained a point so quickly. Shirley smiled lightly and waved her hand. Let's not compete with them for first place. If Brother and Lin gets serious and doesn't control his strength properly, even the defeat judgment seal won't be able to save us. August nodded in agreement. Of course, we have to avoid conflict with the Celestial Court as much as possible. As for the Buddhist kingdom and the Garden of Eden, we can still spar with them. And Lin was someone who could even slay the Dark Knight monarch. They weren't stupid enough to pick a fight with Lin. They only had one life, so it was more important to live well. The representatives of the Buddhist kingdom also heard the announcement from the sky. However, they didn't have the time to think about it. This was because they were being chased by a skeletal dragon wearing an iron Holy Grail crown. Junior brothers, hurry to the mountain stream over there. The terrain there is suitable for hiding. Qing Ji yelled as the 99 Buddhist beads in his hand flew toward the skeletal dragon. They formed a suppression spell formation and suppressed the skeletal dragon for a moment. Qing Xian and Qing Yan quickly flew toward the mountain stream with tears in their eyes. They had been running away in such a miserable manner. They were ecstatic to finally see the Holy Grail being delivered to them. However, after a battle, they discovered that they were no match for this skeletal dragon. In the end, the three of them were reduced to being chased by the Holy Grail. How miserable and depressing was this? Chapter 203. Lin and Lu Qianhuan met up with Wang Xuanzhan again. Wang Xuanzhan held the iron Holy Grail in his hand with a hesitant expression on his face. Senior Wang, you're so awesome. Lu Qianhuan giggled and flattered him. Wang Xuanzhan smiled faintly and said, after I obtained the Holy Grail, Vice Principal Yuhua has already decided that we've scored 1 point. Logically speaking, this iron Holy Grail no longer has any value. However, I have a feeling that there are still secrets that we can uncover from this Holy Grail. There are still secrets that we can uncover? Lu Qianhuan accepted the Holy Grail and caressed its surface with her dainty hands. A faint white glow flashed past. The veined patterns on it are quite interesting. They're very smooth and full of a sense of flow. However, they're broken at the most critical juncture, giving off a suffocating feeling. The more she studied it, the more excited she became. Wang Xuanzhan could no longer see anything. And Lin unleashed his divine inspection technique on the Holy Grail and was able to determine that it was iron-coated holy grail not tasty. This made him wonder if his divine inspection technique was a fake. The two of them were at a loss. Just like that, they handed the holy grail over to Lu Qianhuan for her to study. The three of them continued toward the White Tower. Then, they saw a small green river meandering past. Lu Qianhuan saw the river and threw the iron holy grail into the lake. Plop! The water splashed high into the air, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan. The two of them stared at Lu Qianhuan in bewilderment. Lu Qianhuan, on the other hand, looked at the river with anticipation. This isn't the script. Shouldn't there be a river earl jumping out of the river and asking me, "Young sorceress, did you drop this golden holy grail or this silver holy grail?" Lu Qianhuan stroked her chin and asked with a confused expression, and Lin came to a realization and looked at Lu Qianhuan in shock. He was in awe of her imagination. Wang Xuanzhan massaged his brows and sighed. He didn't want to say anything. After a minute, the small green river was still flowing smoothly without any movement. There was no river earl. There were no golden or silver axes. There wouldn't be any gold or silver holy grails either. Lu Qianhuan picked up the iron holy grail in disappointment. Then, she continued to study it with a gloomy expression. The three of them advanced in the direction of the White Tower while paying attention to their surroundings. But along the way, apart from some cute little animals, there was nothing unusual. Soon, they arrived in front of the White Tower. Pearl Tower? Why does this name sound so strange? And Lin frowned as he looked at the plaque above the gate. For a pagoda to appear in such a place, it should be called some immortal pagoda, devil pagoda, or demon pagoda. The style was more appropriate. Then, they entered the pagoda to slay demons and devils along the way. After experiencing untold hardships, they finally obtained the golden holy grail. This kind of plot development is more to my liking. After opening the gate of the Pearl Tower, what appeared before the three of them was a rippling barrier that blocked their line of sight. A golden ripple radiated from Wang Xuanzhan's eyes, piercing through the rippling barrier. I don't sense any danger on the first level, but we can't rule out the possibility that there are other creatures or traps on the higher levels of the tower, Wang Xuanzhan said after sensing the surroundings. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan nodded. As long as it wasn't a trap, then it was worth investigating. Just like that, the three of them passed through the rippling barrier and officially stepped into the Pearl Tower. These people still fell for it. In the bushes not far from the Pearl Tower, the rock golem cackled like a tractor. As soon as they entered the Zhonglong mountain ranges, they placed the high-rank spirit tool, the Pearl Tower, in a conspicuous location in order to lure the representatives of other forces into their trap. The Pearl Tower was very good at concealment, and it didn't have any killing capabilities. Thus, it was very easy for others to let their guard down and fall for it. Once others entered, it would be very difficult for them to come out. Without the permission of the controller, this tower was a sealed space that could only be entered and not exited. Its hardness was even more fearsome than the average high-rank spirit tool. "Should we go over now?" A large swallow with knife-like arms asked coldly. Huang Shan shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. If the representatives from the Garden of Eden also fall for it, then we'll win this round." They didn't take the Buddhist kingdom's representatives seriously. Right now, the Garden of Eden was the biggest threat to them. After all, they couldn't beat them in a fight, and their score was quite far behind. Under these circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for them to take first place. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Buddhist kingdom, Qin Yan eliminated. The three Hall of Creation representatives faltered slightly upon hearing this. Then, Hongdo roared with laughter again. One of them eliminated so quickly. The Buddhist kingdom is guaranteed to come in last place. A voice sounded from the sky again. "Congratulations, the Buddhist kingdom has received 2 points. Hongdo." A cold glint appeared in Huang Shan's eyes. Hong Do F asterisk CKU. If you laugh again, I'll kill you. Hong Do shrank back upon hearing this, and the flames in his chest also dimmed. He nodded and didn't dare to make a sound. Dong Yen sighed. We're in last place now. Are we going to wait here for them to enter the net? Their strategy was similar to waiting for a rabbit to jump into the trap. Although they could lure the enemy into the trap, they also lost the ability to move freely and fight for the Holy Grail. The Buddhist kingdom's score was undoubtedly a wake-up call for them. If things continued like this, all the Holy Grails would be taken before the people arrived. At that time, it would be pointless for them to capture more people. Vital energy surged in Huang Shan's hands as he maintained the Pearl Pagoda's sealing power. There was a conflicted expression on his face. After a while, he spoke again. Let's wait a bit longer. Let's wait for another 2 hours. Somewhere in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, clouds and mist swirled around this place, and a dangerous aura permeated the air. Qing Xian supported Qing Ji as they walked forward step by step. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their auras had also become weaker. Qing Ji turned to look behind him with a pained expression. Junior brother! The three of them had been chased by the skeletal dragon and mysteriously entered this perilous, restricted area. As the saying went, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. They had found the silver, Holy Grail here. However, Qing Ji had used some kind of mystic technique in order to obtain the silver Holy Grail, and Qing Yan had also sacrificed herself. Sai, what do we do now? There's only the two of us left. Qing Ji hated himself for being so useless. They had only managed to obtain the silver Holy Grail at the cost of one person being eliminated and 2 people being severely injured. Furthermore, this was under the condition that no other forces had interfered. If other forces had interfered, they might not even have been able to touch the Holy Grail on the Blue Sky Plaza. Tens of thousands of spectating students stared nervously at Enlin and the others. They had seen Huang Shan unleash the Pearl Pagoda, and they had also seen Enlin and the others fall into the trap. If they were trapped like this until the end of the competition, that would be far too frustrating. Do you think Godin and the others can still get out? They definitely can. I don't believe that a mere pagoda will be able to seal all 3 of them. Why haven't those 3 from the Hall of Creation left yet? Are they still waiting for the other representatives to take the bait? Humph. The representatives from the Hall of Creation sure are shameless. Instead of focusing on obtaining the Holy Grail, they're resorting to dirty tricks and schemes, some students said angrily. The members of the Hall of Creation wore expressions of pride. Not only did they not feel ashamed, but they also felt proud of their actions. In their eyes, the result was everything. Weren't the representatives from the Celestial Court very bad *S? Didn't they still get captured alive by us? Only the representatives who survived until the end were the truly powerful ones. Look, Godin has made his move, some students exclaimed. Chapter 204. Lu Qianhuan blinked her purple eyes. I feel like we've been tricked. And Lin's lips twitched, and he slapped a hand to his forehead. It's not a matter of whether you think it or not. It's quite obvious. Within the Pearl Pagoda, there was nothing aside from the clean floor and walls. Even the number of floors was only 1, and it was insanely empty. There wasn't even a Holy Grail in here. It was just like a cage. Sai, I was too careless. I didn't sense any killing intent, so I rashly entered. I didn't expect the enemy to be trying to trap us. Wang Xuanzhan furrowed his brows in self-reproach. Don't worry, it's just a pagoda. The 3 of us will definitely be able to break it open. And Lin encouraged his teammates. He then pulled out his evil-slaying sword and began slashing at the walls of the Pearl Pagoda. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The evil-slaying sword was extremely sharp, but it was unable to leave a single mark on the walls. Mountain quaking fist. Seeing that swords were useless, and Lin used an immortal spell. Boom! Golden light exploded and energy surged, but the wall remained unscathed. F asterisk CK, it's so hard. Do I have to use my nuclear lightning fist? And Lin's battle intent was piqued, and he spoke with a cold expression. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan immediately grabbed onto Lin's arms in fright upon hearing his words. Student Lin, let's talk this out. Don't be rash. Wang Xuanzhan was extremely anxious. And Lin, even if you want to do 20 rounds, don't self-destruct like this. It hurts. Lu Qianhuan pleaded. Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan had seen the nuclear lightning fist before, so they knew just how terrifying this immortal spell was. Regardless of whether they could break through the pagoda or not, they would all be eliminated. In order to prevent Lin from attacking, Wang Xuanzhan and Lu Qianhuan tried all sorts of methods to break through the Pearl Pagoda. Wang Xuanzhan's lightning dragon domain was completely unleashed, and the powerful lightning spears pierced through the walls of the pagoda, causing them to tremor violently. Electricity also spread throughout the entire pagoda. Lu Qianhuan's final spark crashed into the wall of the tower, and a shockwave from the shockwave even forced Lin back a few steps. However, this attack was still unable to break through the wall of the tower. They were not discouraged and continued to release powerful immortal spells. The pagoda rumbled and shook continuously. A moment later, the two of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with unwillingness. Why is this pagoda even harder than a turtle shell? Wang Xuanzhan grumbled. Lu Qianhuan didn't want to say anything. She pulled out her phone from her storage ring and started playing with it. In the skies above the Zhonglong mountain ranges, 3 humans with white wings were flying slowly, constantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. The sun shone on their bodies, emitting a faint, holy glow. These 3 people were August, Shirley, and Arthur from the Garden of Eden. August, there's a white tower up ahead. Do you think the Holy Grail is in there? Shirley's eyes lit up. She pointed at the tower that was glowing with a white light and asked excitedly, why would there be a tower in such an obvious place? I feel like it's a little out of place. August looked at the tower with furrowed brows. But it's better to have a target than to search aimlessly. Let's go and take a look. Arthur felt that even if there was an ambush, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape with their strength, so they might as well take a look. Shirley also nodded excitedly. I agree. Just like that, the vote was 2-1. The 3 of them began flying toward the White Tower. Soon, they arrived in the air above the White Tower. The 3 of them landed at the entrance of the White Tower and discovered that there were ripples obstructing their vision, preventing them from seeing what was inside the tower. They passed through the ripples and entered the interior of the tower with full vigilance. Then they were all dumbstruck. That's right, 6 dumbstruck faces. Crap, we've fallen into the Celestial Court's ambush. Arthur turned pale with fright after coming to his senses, and he immediately pulled out his longbow. The 3 people from the Celestial Court looked at him sympathetically, and Lin shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Big brother, please take a good look. Who the F asterisk CK would set up an ambush without even preparing a weapon? As he said this, he pointed at Lu Qianhuan, who had returned to playing with her phone. Look at her mental state. Is this the state an ambusher should be in? Arthur. August finally came to his senses and sighed heavily. Looks like we've all fallen into their trap. Shirley gritted her teeth. The representative from the Buddhist kingdom definitely wouldn't do something like this. It looks like those bastards from the Hall of Creation were the ones who set up this trap. Outside the white stone tower, the 3 representatives from the Hall of Creation suddenly rushed out from the bushes. Retract. Huang Shan made a hand seal, and the gigantic pearl pagoda flashed with a white light. It then shrunk to the size of a palm and stood in his palm. Ha 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 ha, both powers have been trapped by us. This time, we're definitely going to be the champions. Hong Do laughed heartily. He felt as if all of his previous frustration had disappeared, and he was exhilarated. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning struck Hong Do's head. Hong Do's face was charred black, and tears welled up in his eyes as his laughter abruptly died away. Huang Shan glared at Hong Do coldly. "Let's see if you still dare to laugh." Dong Yen excitedly said, "Now that the Celestial Court and the Garden of Eden have been trapped, we can focus on searching for the Holy Grail in peace." Huang Shan nodded. With their strength, they could easily crush the Buddhist nation's representatives who were left with only 2 people. What they needed to do now was to collect the Holy Grails in peace. Take the Pearl Pagoda and keep an eye on the situation within the pagoda. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Huang Shan tossed the Pearl Pagoda to Hong Do. Hong Do accepted the Pearl Pagoda with a solemn expression. Although this high-rank spirit tool was extremely sturdy, and even soul formation stage cultivators couldn't break through it, it was still best to be cautious. It released its divine sense to sense the situation inside the pagoda and found that the pagoda was shaking incessantly. Apparently it was under attack. Hee, do whatever you want. Trying to break through the pagoda's defenses with attacks of this level is simply wishful thinking. I love to see you guys trying so hard, but to no avail. Hong Do chuckled and held the white pearl pagoda with an expression of enjoyment. At this moment within the Pearl Pagoda, the Garden of Eden members panted heavily as they stopped their attacks. Their faces were filled with indignation and despair. Just like that, the 2 forces stared at each other, unable to come up with a solution. Everyone was trapped here, and how to get out was a problem. Thus, they had long since given up on fighting each other. Instead, they began to discuss countermeasures. However, even after discussing for a long time and making many attempts, they still couldn't find a way out of this predicament. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan, who was bored to death, continued to play her game. Shirley was bored out of her mind and moved over to Lu Qianhuan's side. She became interested in the novel toy in Lu Qianhuan's hands. Of course, Lu Qianhuan wasn't going to let this playmate go. She successfully dragged Shirley into a trap and then thrashed her, winning glory for the Celestial Court. And Lin grimaced at the sight of Shirley being thrashed over and over again. After a few rounds, Shirley's blue eyes began to shimmer with tears, and her face turned bright red. She threw down her phone angrily. "This toy is so boring." I'll give you a handicap, all right? I'll give you a handicap of 10 kills first." Lu Qianhuan immediately tried to persuade her playmate to stay. A handicap of 10 kills? Shirley's body trembled slightly. She felt like she had been greatly humiliated, but she still didn't have the confidence to fight. "Can I ask you a question? Why is the small character you control so much more powerful than me?" Shirley was conflicted for a moment before asking in confusion. "Because I'm strong," Lu Qianhuan explained matter-of-factly. "This question is like asking why August is more powerful than you. Of course it's because he's stronger. That's why he's more powerful than you." Shirley nodded, not really understanding. She looked at the League of Valor on her phone and said with a hint of indignation, "Since that's the case, I must beat you. I believe that as long as I work hard, I'll definitely become stronger than you." Just like that, Shirley and Lu Qianhuan continued to battle, and Lin looked at Shirley sympathetically. He really wanted to say to her, "Poor child, why didn't you realize this? Whether this character is strong or not is completely up to Lu Qianhuan, the hack." Of course, when Lin was praising Lu Qianhuan for winning glory for the Celestial Court with her game, he also selectively forgot about a certain flag. Chapter 205. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the morale of the students began to rise again after a period of depression. They were watching a live broadcast of a game. League of Valor's Lu Qianhuan versus Shirley. Wow! Senior sister Lu gave her a handicap of 10 lives, and she still won. Shirley was tortured so badly that she almost cried. Suddenly, I feel a little pity for her. Sister Lu is so beautiful when she plays games. Shirley isn't bad either. Her skin is fair, her breasts are huge, and she can even glow. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Are we really watching a competition for the Holy Grail? This is a game in the mortal world. It looks so fun. I'm going to play it if I go down to the mortal world, the students discussed among themselves. The thousands of Lightwing clan followers felt like they were about to explode. Although Shirley often let herself go and did unexpected things from time to time. But now, she was being thrashed repeatedly in front of the public. Even if it was a game, it was still very embarrassing. Shirley is so pitiful. I can't stand it anymore. This game is clearly unfair, but she still insists on playing. I really don't understand. Shirley is too competitive. If she can't win, she might keep playing. She keeps fighting. Thinking about it this way, it's quite inspiring. Sigh, I can only console myself like this. Speaking of which, our representatives won't be trapped in the Pearl Tower until the competition ends, right? This was not only what the Lightwing clan was worried about, but also what the tens of thousands of students were worried about. Even though it was quite satisfying to watch Sister Lou abuse her opponents, if they could only rely on games to get through the entire competition, then watch as those bastards from the Hall of Creation clinch the championship. It would be quite frustrating no matter how they thought about it. At the Zhonglong mountain ranges, only the representatives of the Buddhist kingdom and the Hall of Creation were still moving around freely. The Buddhist kingdom representatives were much more low-key. After swallowing a healing pill, they found a secluded cave to recuperate. They were not in a hurry. After all, there was still no announcement that the other forces had obtained the Holy Grail. Thus, to them, it was best to recuperate to their peak condition before leaving the mountain range. Meanwhile, the representative of the Hall of Creation began to search for the Holy Grail, trying to catch up to the other teams. Inside the Pearl Tower, apart from the voices of the League of Valor, everyone was silent. After an indeterminate amount of time, August clenched his fists and made up his mind. He made his way over to Enlin and spoke in a solemn voice. Mr. Enlin, this won't do. Try using your nuclear lightning fist. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. August, don't give up on yourself. Let's think of something else. Shirley tried to dissuade him. Everyone present was aware of the power of the nuclear lightning fist. If this move was used in a confined space, everyone would probably be blown to death. August shook his head resolutely. I know what you're afraid of, but I have a forbidden technique that can minimize the impact we'll receive. There was a moment of silence. Could it be you're going to use the Holy Spirit to redeem yourself? Arthur's eyes widened with excitement. No, August, once you use that forbidden technique, your spiritual power will be greatly depleted and you'll fall into a deep slumber. Without you, how are we going to win this competition? Shirley immediately shook her head in objection. August chuckled. This is a dead end. If we don't break out of this predicament, we'll never have a chance to turn things around. Besides, I'll only fall into a deep slumber for a short period of time. The competition won't end so soon. He turned his gaze toward Enlin and the others. I hope to come to an agreement with you guys. That is, after I use the Holy Spirit to redeem myself and fall into a deep slumber, you guys won't attack the Garden of Eden. Enlin and the others wouldn't reject this kind of agreement after hearing that there was a chance to break out of this predicament. They immediately nodded in agreement. August heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Enlin and the others had agreed. He no longer had any reservations. He wasn't worried that the Celestial Court would go back on their word. After all, everyone on the Blue Sky Plaza had heard their conversation. If they went back on their word, then even if the Celestial Court won the competition, they would definitely be looked down upon. Then, Mr. Enlin, please use your immortal technique. I'll use the Holy Spirit redemption technique. When the energy attacks arrive, I'll instantly turn your bodies incorporeal in order to avoid the explosion of the immortal technique. August closed his eyes slightly. White light swirled around his hands as he spoke slowly, and Lynn nodded. This was actually a process of mutual trust. If August only turned the three from the Garden of Eden incorporeal when he used the Holy Spirit redemption technique. Then the three from the celestial court would be completely annihilated. He was also relying on the tens of thousands of spectators watching the live stream on the Blue Sky Plaza. Blue lightning gradually gathered on his right hand, which was glowing with a golden light. At the same time, the intent realm of the primordial darkness slowly attached itself to his hand, causing it to slowly undergo some kind of qualitative change. Outside the Pearl Tower, the three from the Hall of Creation discovered a holy grail. Expressions of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they looked at the holy grail charging toward them. This holy grail was carried on the head of a huge flaming python over 100 feet in length. Its entire body exuded an extremely vast and powerful aura, as if it were the emperor of snakes. It looked down on the three in disdain. This mutant beast was extremely powerful. Huang Shan, Hong Dou, and Dong Yen focused all their attention and prepared to fight with all their might. The White Pearl Tower trembled slightly. However, Hong Dou didn't pay any attention to it, so he didn't notice. Within the tower, a power that could destroy all things had already erupted. August spread his hands horizontally, with a pious expression on his face. A majestic golden figure appeared behind him, bringing with it an incomparably mystical light of blessing, pouring down on everyone's body. A terrifying lightning storm crashed violently within the tower. The indescribable power caused the airtight tower to swell up like a balloon and crack open. Kacha! Hong Dou's body trembled when he heard the strange sound. He followed the sound and fixed his gaze on the Pearl Tower, which was growing larger and larger. Golden cracks spread out like spiderwebs, and a power that made one's heart palpitate spread out. Hong Dou's eyes widened as he stared at the Pearl Tower. He felt like he was holding a bomb that was about to explode. "Team leader, look at this tower. There's a problem." It shouted loudly, and without saying a word, it threw the hot potato to Huang Shan. Huang Shan's attention was focused on the huge python. After hearing Hong Dou's words, he saw the Pearl Tower that Hong Dou had tossed toward him. The Pearl Tower was covered in cracks. A destructive power finally broke through the barrier and descended upon the world. "Hong Dou F***CK, your grandma." These were Huang Shan's final words. Then the Pearl Tower exploded. The golden lightning energy exploded like a nuclear bomb, annihilating everything in its vicinity. The ground was blasted into the air by the terrifying power, and a mushroom cloud of lightning appeared once again. Chapter 206. August's life's redemption had been ethereal for quite some time. After the Pearl Tower was destroyed, it couldn't hold on any longer. Everyone's bodies materialized once more, and then they were hit by the explosion's energy. Although a lot of the energy from the explosion had been consumed, its power was still extremely terrifying. The 6 of them were mercilessly blown away by the explosion, and Lin was blasted to the point of vomiting blood and rolling on the ground. The surroundings were filled with smoke and dust, filled with the sound of wailing. A cool breeze blew past, dispersing the dust and revealing a huge crater. He stood up with some difficulty at the edge of the crater and looked around cautiously. There were still people from the Hall of Creation nearby, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Shirley held the unconscious August in her arms as a pure white light radiated from her hands, healing his external injuries. At the center of the crater, there was a creature with a golden body and lightning flickering in its eyes. Its whole body was trembling, and its golden blood was seeping out of its skin, giving off white smoke. It was gasping for breath, and Lin immediately drew his evil-slaying sword as his entire body tensed up. In front of him was the chief representative of the Hall of Creation, Huang Shan. "Luckily, I have a protective spiritual weapon. Otherwise, I would have been eliminated by the explosion." Cough, cough. Huang Shan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked coldly at a place where a stone man had been blasted to the ground. Whoosh! It transformed into a bolt of golden lightning and instantly appeared beside Hong Dou before lashing out with a vicious kick. Rumble. Energy exploded forth, and Hongdo let loose a wail of anguish as his massive body was kicked into the air. Huang Shan glanced at the sky, then flashed up again. The large swallow, which was completely charred black, also flew into the sky, leaving a trail of ice in its wake. And Lin, don't let them get away! Wang Xuanzhan yelled, and Lin came to a realization. Huang Shan looked like he was teaching his teammate a lesson, but in reality, he was using the opportunity to escape. He flew toward Dong Yen atop his brick and turned to look at Wang Xuanzhan. However, he discovered that Wang Xuanzhan was currently entangled by a powerful python and was unable to escape. You want me to chase after the three of them by myself? Are you sure you're not going to die? And Lin's mouth twitched as he asked in a daze. Unfortunately, no one came to answer his question. What answered him was a bolt of golden lightning striking from afar. Rumble! In the nick of time, he used his brick to shield himself from the sudden attack. Amidst the explosion of lightning, his brick was knocked to a halt, and Lin poked his head out, only to find that there were hundreds of Frostblade auras coming at him. He immediately retracted his head and continued to hide behind the brick. The violent collision caused the bricks to clang, and the dense cold air permeated the entire space, causing him to shiver from the cold. CK. How was he supposed to chase after her? Final flash! Just then, a pink energy pillar with a blazing aura flashed past Lin's body. Rumble! The shriek of the swallow could be heard in the distance. Hi, I'm here to save the bear. Lu Qianhuan flew toward Lin atop her six-feathered staff. Her pink shoulder-length hair danced in the wind, and there was a wide smile on her face. And Lin felt extremely depressed after being treated like a coward. He didn't look at Lu Qianhuan. Instead, he looked toward the direction that Dong Yen had fled in. Disregarding everything else, the representatives of the Hall of Creation were definitely top-notch when it came to escaping. Even though Dong Yen had been struck by the final flash, she was still able to flee like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from this world. Let's go. We'll let them go this time. We'll help Senior Wang Xuanzhan deal with the python first. Lu Qianhuan didn't have any intention of chasing after the representatives of the Hall of Creation. She waved her hand dismissively. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the Garden of Eden and the Celestial Court's combined efforts once again brought the atmosphere to a climax. God is finally showing his prowess again. No matter how many times I see his nuclear lightning fist, I'm still in awe. August is also very cool. Both of them played a key role in this pagoda destruction mission. Haha, look at those Hall of Creation people. They've reaped what they sowed. The spectators all clapped their hands in glee at the sight of the Hall of Creation representatives being injured by the Pearl Pagoda explosion. It's a pity that they got away. Hongdo's just trying to act cute. It doesn't matter if we let them jump around for a while longer. They're still dead, last anyway. Compared to the excitement of the Celestial Court students and the Heavenly Wing tribe members, the expressions of the Hall of Creation members were much darker. They had finally trapped the two great powers and secured victory. Who would have thought that the Garden of Eden and the Celestial Court would cooperate so well? Not only did they escape, but they also took the Holy Grail that was delivered to them. The Lion King slammed the table with a regretful expression. Hongdo, you stupid C***T. He was already extremely frustrated by this F*** development, but he didn't know who to blame, so he could only vent his anger on Hongdo. On the Zhonglong mountain ranges, Hongdo felt a chill run down his spine as he fled. Then he involuntarily sneezed. He turned around to find Huang Shan staring coldly at him. Hongdo! Huang Shan looked at Hongdo with a fake smile on his face. Hee, Hongdo, I'll settle the score with you later. Hongdo shuddered upon hearing this. His huge body shrunk into the size of a little rabbit as tears welled up in his eyes. One could imagine how bitter its situation would be in the future. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a fierce battle was taking place. As the flaming python spun around, a powerful flaming tornado swept out in all directions. The tornado was so hot that even the soil on the ground was charred black and melted. Wang Xuanzhan immediately activated a water ball barrier and charged toward the flaming tornado. He broke through the flames, and lightning crackled around his silver spear. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear slashed down toward the python. Boom! The flaming python was extremely agile and managed to evade Wang Xuanzhan's attack in the nick of time. However, at that moment, the golden arrow pierced through the air at a terrifying speed, several times faster than the speed of sound, leaving a thin golden line in the air as it pierced the giant python's head. Rip! Blood splattered through the air as the python wailed in anguish. Binding of light. Lu Qianhuan waved her six-feathered staff, and a halo of light appeared around the python, releasing a powerful restrictive force. Translucent singularity, final spark. Her staff continued to flash with an astonishing light, and a ball of light and a beam of laser energy bombarded the python's head. The explosion of the ball of light caused the python to become slightly dizzy. The final spark arrived in an instant, and its powerful might almost penetrated the python's head. Hiss! The python wailed in anguish as its body became darker and darker. Right at this moment, Lin leaped down from the sky atop his brick. Mountain quaking, lightning fist. The golden fist descended from the sky and smashed into the giant python's head with a thunderous boom. Boom! The python's head was once again heavily injured, and it was embedded into the ground. Lightning Fong! Wang Xuanzhan's figure once again transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared above the python. Scales covered his body, and the power of his bloodline was completely activated. His spear was like the fong of a lightning dragon as it tore toward the python's neck. Slash. The python's massive head was cleanly severed by Wang Xuanzhan's spear. Dark red blood gushed forth and formed a mist of blood. Congratulations, the Celestial Court has received 1 point. A voice sounded from the sky again. After the battle, Wang Xuanzhan tossed the Holy Grail to Lu Qianhuan. Then he turned to Arthur and said gratefully, "Thank you." That arrow just then had helped them immensely, and it was Arthur who had found the perfect opportunity to shoot it. Arthur nodded and didn't say anything. Together with Shirley, he helped August into the sky and flew off into the distance. And Lin sighed with emotion as he looked at their departing figures. It was so good to be able to cooperate with them. They even assisted him as a friend. How could he attack them again? Chapter 207. The veined patterns on the surface of this Holy Grail are completely different from the Holy Grail we obtained before. It's as if it's a completely new system, Lu Qianhuan said slowly as she caressed the Holy Grail. Is there any special meaning behind these veined patterns? And Lin asked as he swallowed an essence, replenishing pill. Lu Qianhuan smiled. I think I'll be able to discover the pattern if we obtain a few more Holy Grails. We'll be in first place if we obtain a few more Holy Grails. When that time comes, it won't matter to us whether you discover the pattern or not. And Lin shrugged. He ignored Lu Qianhuan, who was pouting at his words, and continued onward with Wang Xuanzhan. 3 of the 9 Holy Grails had already been taken, and the whereabouts of the remaining 6 Holy Grails were still unknown. The 3 of them wandered aimlessly around the Zhong long mountain ranges for a long time. The sun slowly set, and the sky was dyed with the light of dusk. And Lin hunted a marmot overlord. This marmot was as tall as half a person, and its cries were especially loud. Its meat was delicious and chewy. He roasted this marmot overlord, and it was especially crispy and delicious. Lu Qianhuan and Wang Xuanzhan were also full of praise for it. The tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza could only eat fasting pills to alleviate their hunger because there was no food delivery. They looked at the marmot on the crystal screen with envy and jealousy. After eating the marmot, the three of them continued onward. This was an important moment in the fight for the Holy Grails, so they didn't plan to rest at night. Instead, they planned to search for traces of the Holy Grails. "Hey, look to the east, there seems to be a flame," Lu Qianhuan exclaimed as she pointed in a certain direction, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan's expressions shifted. They looked in that direction and could indeed see a faint glimmer of light. "Let's go and have a look." Wang Xuanzhan ran toward that direction impatiently. Although they ran very quickly, the three of them still tried to conceal their auras as much as possible. After all, that place was most likely the location of a certain power. Will-o'-the-wisp? And Lin walked closer and discovered that the flames were blue in color. They floated in the air and burned slowly in a tranquil and eerie manner. "Wait, these flames aren't as simple as they seem." Wang Xuanzhan's heart jolted with shock. "Everyone be careful," he yelled urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, countless blue flames slowly rose from the ground and surrounded everyone. Hundreds and thousands of blue flames burned quietly. Although they weren't fierce, they were densely distributed in the surroundings, giving off a heart-palpitating feeling. "Hee, come and play with me," the child's voice suddenly rang in their ears. The voice was distant and deep, but it was as if it was whispering into their ears, making their hair stand on end. Lump, 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 lump. A dark red skeleton walked over and appeared in everyone's line of sight, and Lin's pupils contracted at the sight of this skeleton. This skeleton was only half the height of a grown man, and its frame was as thick as a fatso's. Its head was also a skeleton, but it had a pair of round, lifelike eyes that were full of innocence and innocence. To be honest, he would rather the skeleton's eyes be empty than to see those bright and spirited eyes. It was too strange for a skeleton to have such eyes. Another thing was that it was wearing a silver Holy Grail crown on its head. Thousands of blue flames floated up and down like waves, emitting a creepy hee-hee sound. It was extremely terrifying and eerie. "Hee, come and play with me." The red skeleton's distant and deep voice sounded again. "Sure, let's play League of Valor." The pink-haired girl raised her phone and extended an invitation cheerfully. Everyone instantly fell silent. Wang Xuanzhan and Lin. The short and fat skeleton man was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, the skeleton took out a mirror and looked at itself. Then it adjusted its crown and discovered that it was still quite scary. "You want us to play with you again? Are you going to play or not?" Lu Qianhuan said with a displeased expression. The short and fat skeleton man's lively eyes were dazed again. "What do you want to play?" "League of Valor. Best of 3. Lu Qianhuan took out 2 phones and chuckled. "If I win, give me the Holy Grail on your head." The short and fat skeleton man stared at the phone and blinked. "Is this a new type of toy? What if you lose?" Lu Qianhuan smiled coldly, her delicate and pretty face full of disdain. "Are you kidding me? Do you think I'll lose?" Hearing this, the skeleton was dazed again. The flames around it suddenly began to burn, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan's bodies tensed up. As expected, they could only settle this through battle. The skeleton laughed heartily. "Very good, I'm burning up. See if I don't beat you until you cry. Hurry up and explain the rules to me." And Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, no problem. "After explaining the rules, I can let you practice for a few rounds. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm bullying the weak," Lu Qianhuan said confidently. Just like that, the skeleton and Lu Qianhuan squatted on the ground and began teaching each other with a phone in hand. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan looked at each other and saw the incredulity on each other's faces. Holy F***CK. This is F***King possible. This skeleton actually accepted this kind of tyrannical rule? Is it brainless? And Lin suddenly came to a realization. Oh, it seems to be a skeleton. It really is brainless. This toy is very interesting. I get it now. The skeleton's eyes lit up, and it began playing with the toy with great interest. After winning a few rounds, it instantly felt like it was invincible and looked down on the world. It took the initiative to challenge Lu Qianhuan, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan looked on speechlessly from the side, not wanting to say anything. The result was obvious. A battle between a newbie and a cheat could only end with the newbie being thrashed. 1-0. I can't accept this. How can you be so good? The skeleton was unconvinced. It gripped its phone tightly and stared at the word defeat on the screen. No, I can definitely beat you. The gap isn't that big. It took a deep breath and began the second round, and Lin grimaced. On one side, it had been beheaded by 30 people, but on the other side, it didn't even die once. What King gap wasn't that big? 2-0. The skeleton stared blankly at the word defeat on the screen, unable to come back to its senses. After a while, it stammered, so strong. Lu Qianhuan extended her slender hand, her purple eyes full of life. You're willing to lose, huh? A conflicted expression flashed through the short and fat skeleton's eyes. However, in the end, it still handed over its silver Holy Grail crown to Lu Qianhuan with trembling hands. I'm a person who can afford to lose. This is for you, it said earnestly. Lu Qianhuan accepted the Holy Grail with satisfaction. However, Vice Principal Yuhua's voice didn't come from the sky. Is this not okay? She frowned and looked up at the sky. On the blue sky plaza, Vice Principal Yuhua stared at the crystal screen with a dumbfounded expression. He was truly dumbfounded, so he forgot to announce the results. There was only one thought roaring in his mind. Holy F***CK, this is F***King possible. The spectators from the 4 powers also forgot to complain. They all stared blankly at the Holy Grail in Lu Qianhuan's hands on the crystal screen. There was only one thought roaring in their minds. Holy F***CK, this is F***King possible. Hey, I won the Holy Grail with my own strength. Why can't I get points? Lu Qianhuan raised her head to look at the sky. She knew that Vice Principal Yuhua was watching from the plaza, so she questioned loudly with an expression of dissatisfaction. Vice Principal Yuhua was pulled back to reality by this voice. He took a deep breath. Congratulations, the Celestial Court has obtained 2 points. His voice was extremely loud, and it reverberated throughout the entire Blue Sky Plaza and the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Tens of thousands of spectators trembled when they heard this announcement. They stared at the girl on the screen with expressions of deep reverence on their faces. An internet addict who knew how to cheat was actually this terrifying. Chapter 208. Vice Principal Yuhua looked at the people on the plaza who had yet to come back to their senses and spoke in a clear voice. Among the 3 silver combat demons, only the blood skeleton's mind was like that of a child's. The representatives of the Celestial Court didn't choose to fight it head-on. Instead, they chose to attack the blood skeleton's fragile mind. They used games to bewitch it, to induce it, and finally made it embark on a path of no return to being addicted to games. In this world, there are many things that can't be solved with force. Even if you don't use a single soldier, you can still achieve victory by targeting the flaws in the enemy's character. In this aspect, the representatives of the Celestial Court undoubtedly demonstrated this to perfection in this battle. Vice Principal Yuhua's words reverberated throughout the entire Blue Sky Plaza. His words were forceful and reasonable, directly praising the Celestial Court to the heavens. The people from the other forces felt like something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint it. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of students came to a sudden realization after hearing Vice Principal Yuhua's words, and they exclaimed in admiration. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the red skeleton's phone seemed so out of place. It turns out that its mind is only that of a child's. The three of them analyzed the red skeleton's flaws as soon as they met and formulated a brilliant countermeasure. What terrifying insight and reaction speed! Goddess Lu's strength crushed the blood skeleton once again. The three of them remained calm in the face of trouble and made bold decisions. Our celestial court is truly admirable. Just as the students were praising the three of them excitedly, and Lin and the others in the Zhonglong mountain ranges were completely unaware. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan felt like they were living in a dream when they heard that they had won another 2 points. They could obtain a silver holy grail just by playing games? What the hell was this? Lu Qianhuan, on the other hand, had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. She relied on her own abilities to cheat and bully others. Wasn't it normal for her to win a silver holy grail? You've already lost. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, she said as she looked at the blood skeleton. Don't. Let's have a few more rounds. I'm sure I can beat you. The blood skeleton's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips upon hearing this. But you don't have any more chips to lose to me. I'm very busy right now, so I don't have the time to entertain you if you don't have any chips. The short and fat blood skeleton was taken aback upon hearing this. It stared at the crimson word fail on the screen and fell silent. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both raised their guard slightly as they guarded against any sudden attacks from the blood skeleton. After a moment of silence, the blood skeleton said, I still have information that I can divulge to you. Apart from the location of the Golden Holy Grail, I can divulge the locations of all the other Holy Grails to you. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan both drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at the skeleton in disbelief. F*CK, he's already selling out his teammates? And it was sold so cleanly. Lu Qianhuan also stared at the skeleton in astonishment. She was in slight disbelief. Can you really reveal the location of the other Holy Grails? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? The Queen has always taught me to be a good child who doesn't lie. I'm only a child, so I can't lie. The blood skeleton extended 2 index fingers and poked at its own skull as it spoke, making a soul-stirring, adorable gesture. Furthermore, even if I tell you the locations, you may not be able to obtain the Holy Grails with your strength, the blood skeleton continued. Lu Qianhuan was skeptical, but she still agreed to the blood skeleton's request. In exchange for the information on the location of the Holy Grails, she started the competition once again. Just like that, the blood skeleton had its wish fulfilled, and it once again had a showdown with Lu Qianhuan. 2 hours later, the blood skull had lost all of its money. The short and fat blood skeleton. After 1 round of inhumane trampling, it finally realized the disparity between them. This was the disparity between heaven and earth, the disparity between a firefly and the sun. This disparity in strength caused the blood skeleton to feel incomparable despair. All of a sudden, its spirited eyes became lifeless, and it became a little disheartened. After a moment, the blood skeleton finally spoke slowly with a dejected expression. The blue-winged bone dragon is active in the White Tree Plateau to the northwest of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. The Wind and Thunder Geminis are in the Black Pool Lake to the east of the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Information on the Holy Grails came out of its mouth one after another without any sense of guilt. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan gave up on complaining and sighing with emotion. Instead, they recorded this information excitedly. Knowing the approximate location of the Holy Grails undoubtedly gave them an absolute advantage in this competition. This saved them a lot of time searching. It could be said that this competition was as stable as Dubai's. Seeing that the blood skeleton had kept its promise, Lu Qianhuan was also very happy. She directly gifted the phone to it. Take this phone, it's solar-powered. You can practice by playing with the AI more often. When we have time, we can spar again. The short and fat blood skeleton held the phone with both hands. Its skeleton trembled slightly, and it was a little incoherent. "Thank you, big sister. Wah. I'll work hard. I'll definitely defeat you the next time we meet. Wah." This is the first time someone has given me a toy. The blood skeleton was extremely touched. It hugged the phone as if it was hugging its most beloved toy. Water Woof, Woof looked gratefully at Lu Qianhuan. It was both adorable and terrifying at the same time. Lu Qianhuan didn't really care. She only smiled lightly. Wasn't it just a phone? She had wanted to eliminate this iPhone 8 a long time ago. As expected, the iPhone 12 was still more to her liking. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan soared into the sky under the farewell of the blood skeleton and thousands of blue flames. They began their new journey. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the audience fell silent once again. Tens of thousands of students stared at the scene of the blood skeleton, sending off and Lin and the others in shock. They didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, the attendants of the other three forces all stared coldly at Vice Principal Yuhua. It was as if they were asking, "This F** King Skeleton isn't a puppet of the Celestial Court, is it?" Vice Principal Yuhua's lips twitched as he pondered over how to phrase his explanation. After a moment, he finally explained with a pained expression, "The spirit creatures on the Zhonglong mountain ranges are formed by the combination of the Dragon Vein and the Ling Holy Grail. The war demons have different personalities. For this to happen, I can only say that the representatives of the Celestial Court have exploited the flaws of their enemies' personalities to the extreme." His explanation was quite reasonable. In any case, the tens of thousands of students had accepted it, so they were the ones benefiting from it. Occasionally, they would say something like playing games to save the world during discussions, but there wasn't much of a reaction. However, the attendants of the other three forces didn't buy it. They looked at Vice Principal Yuhua as if they were blowing a whistle. Yuhua was extremely aggrieved. He had never encountered this kind of absurd situation before, but it just had to happen in such a bizarre way. He knew that there was no point in explaining further, so he could only continue watching the battle with a bitter expression. At the Black Lake of the Zhonglong mountain ranges, the three people from the Hall of Creation encountered the Wind and Thunder Geminis. A huge battle finally erupted. Chapter 209. Dark clouds covered the Black Pool Lake, and the moon and stars couldn't be seen. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, condensing into a pool of lightning without dispersing. The wind was sharp to the extreme, and it wreaked havoc on the land like a blade. Fallen leaves drifted over from afar, but they were instantly dismembered upon contact with the wind. Boom! A figure covered in golden lightning bolts dashed forward like a golden lightning dragon, breaking through the wind blades and lightning pools, pouncing toward a pitch-black man. Lightning sword! The male grabbed at the air, and the blue lightning sword slashed toward the golden lightning dragon with overwhelming might. The golden lightning dragon and the blue lightning sword collided, and an earth-shattering boom erupted. Two completely different types of lightning clashed and toward each other. The lightning clouds in the sky rained down on the golden lightning dragon, causing its momentum to stagnate. At this moment, the blue lightning sword tore through the lightning dragon and slashed toward the golden figure. The golden figure was Huang Shan. He couldn't dodge in time, and a gash was torn open by the lightning sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Whoosh! Huang Shan transformed into a bolt of golden lightning and retreated. On the other side, Dong Yan and Hong Do sprinted forward frantically. In front of them, a silver holy grail floated in the air, emitting a faint glow. That's right, in this place, the holy grail wasn't worn by the war demon. Instead, it floated in the air. You want to snatch the holy grail from us with your measly strength. A silvery white man flew through the air like the wind before pressing a palm toward Dong Yan and Hong Do. A massive wind pressure descended from the sky, and the ground within a radius of several hundred feet completely caved in. Dong Yan and Hong Do had no way of dodging, such a large-scale attack. As if they had suffered a heavy blow, their bodies were directly pressed into the ground. Retreat! At this moment, Huang Shan's roar suddenly sounded. He sprinted backward, and a dense pack of lightning fangs chased after him, releasing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Frost chaos! Dong Yen spread her wings, and a blizzard suddenly appeared around her, transforming into streaks of icy swords that spread in all directions. The silver-white male casually waved his hand, and over 100 blades of wind directly shattered the icy swords. At this moment, Dong Yen and Hong Do had already quickly retreated into the distance. The silver-haired man laughed mockingly. Your speed of escape is quite fast. From this point of view, you do have some redeeming qualities. Huang Shan, Hong Do, and Dong Yen escaped from the area of wind and lightning. Seeing that the wind and lightning Gemini weren't chasing after them, they stopped where they were and panted heavily. Phew, this is way 2F** King powerful. There's no way I can break through it. Hong Do spoke with an expression of despair. In terms of speed, the wind and thunder Geminis were on par with Huang Shan. In terms of destructive power, the wind and thunder Geminis were much stronger than the three of them combined. It could be said that apart from their advantage in numbers, there was nothing else that stood out. Furthermore, there's a restriction formation around the Holy Grail. Even if we break through the wind and thunder Gemini's defenses, we'll still need time to break through the restriction formation, Dong Yen said with a worried expression. It had charged toward the Holy Grail with a burst of speed, but unexpectedly crashed into the spell formation and almost lost its life. Huang Shan let out a heavy sigh when he heard this. He looked at the area of wind and lightning before him with a look of unwillingness on his face. Just as the three of them were at their wits' end, a voice suddenly sounded. Benefactors, are you interested in cooperating with us? A monk with delicate features walked over slowly and asked in a gentle tone. The two newcomers were Qing Ji and Qing Xan from the Buddhist kingdom. The one who had spoken was naturally the head representative, Qing Ji. Huang Shan was slightly taken aback. Then he asked, You mean to say that our two forces should work together to obtain the Silver Holy Grail? But there's only one Silver Holy Grail. How are we going to split it? If both forces were focused on obtaining the Holy Grail, then they would definitely hold back. At that time, there might not even be anyone willing to be the vanguard. The Silver Holy Grail is yours. I know the location of a blue-winged bone dragon. Benefactors, you only need to help us obtain the Iron Holy Grail, Qing Ji said calmly. Hearing this, the expressions of the three representatives from the Hall of Creation eased slightly. To them, this wasn't a bad deal. There were only two people from the Buddhist kingdom, so it was reasonable for them to help them obtain the Iron Holy Grail. After thinking for a short while, the representative from the Hall of Creation agreed. Just like that, the two forces started discussing how they should work together to obtain the Silver Holy Grail. At this moment, Enlin and the others were flying toward the eastern side of the Zhong Long mountain ranges. After knowing the direction and landmarks, they stopped wandering around and flew toward their destination with excitement surging in their hearts. There seems to be lightning flashing in the sky in the distance. It should be that place. Wang Xuanzhan's battle intent surged. The Iron Holy Grail was no longer enough to satisfy his appetite. Only the Silver Holy Grail could reignite his blood. Whoosh! The three of them increased their flying speed, afraid that someone else would beat them to it. At this moment, within the area of wind and lightning, the sound of thunder and lightning exploded. Dong Yen charged toward thunder, her wings flapping as she unleashed a series of dazzling and powerful saber projections. Facing Dong Yan's attacks, Thunder, who could control lightning, should have been able to deal with them easily. Unexpectedly, Qing Xian, who was proficient in trapping spell formations, suddenly appeared. A series of golden seals imbued with extremely powerful binding power shot out from Qing Xian's hands. These seals were actually able to delay thunder for a short period of time. This made it impossible for Thunder to take down the two people in front of him in a short period of time. Elsewhere, Wind, who was hovering in the air, was trapped by a spell formation formed by Qing Ji's Buddhist beads. Hong Do transformed into a gigantic stone golem over 100 feet tall. His thick and muscular arms carried with them a vast amount of power as he ferociously slapped toward Wind. Boom! Wind was smashed into the ground by Hong Do's gigantic palms, and the earth also began to crack open, just as the Wind and Thunder Geminis were trapped. A figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning and broke through the Wind spell formation and Lightning spell formation. Like a sharp sword, it pierced toward the Silver Holy Grail. The spell formation and restriction of the Silver Holy Grail suddenly erupted, and an even more powerful wind barrier appeared around the Holy Grail. Dazzling lightning flowed within the barrier, blocking Huang Shan's sudden attack. Huang Shan didn't choose to slowly break through the spell formation of the Holy Grail. Instead, he chose to break through the spell formation with brute force. Extreme Emperor Heavenly Lightning. Huang Shan roared, and an even more powerful golden lightning burst forth from his body. The lightning spread out in a circular pattern. At this moment, the surrounding blue lightning all trembled slightly. Then, as if they were a little afraid, they twisted in the direction of the golden lightning. The wind barrier of the wind spell formation also cracked slightly from the impact of this golden lightning. Huang Shan roared and exerted his strength, wanting to break through the wind spell formation in one go. Right at this moment, a spear tore through his lightning domain like an azure dragon and stabbed toward him. Huang Shan's pupils contracted, and a chill suddenly welled up in his heart. The attacker wasn't the Wind and Thunder Geminis. Instead, it was the representative of the Celestial Court, Wang Xuanzhan. Chapter 210. Wang Xuanzhan. Huang Shan roared angrily, glaring angrily at the man who had suddenly appeared. Anyone would fly into a rage if someone suddenly appeared just as they were about to succeed and tried to steal the spoils of battle. At this moment, the projection of an azure dragon appeared on the spear and stabbed into Huang Shan's lower abdomen. Just like that, Wang Xuanzhan sprinted forward, pushing Huang Shan back over 1,000 feet. And Lin, hurry up! Wang Xuanzhan yelled loudly. No problem. And Lin descended on his brick, his eyes turning snow white. Divine inspection technique. In an instant, all the spell formation routes and flaws around the Silver Holy Grail appeared before his eyes. You want to steal the Holy Grail? No way! A thunderous shout once again traveled over from afar. It wasn't Huang Shan, but rather Thunder Z, who had broken free from Qing Xian and Dong Yan. Thousand lightning mystical sword. Thunder Z's figure flashed, and the lightning clouds in the sky surged violently. Suddenly, over 1,000 swords formed from lightning stabbed toward Lin with astonishing might. Rumble! The lightning swords were like rain, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Ordinary spirit nurturing stage cultivators would probably be trembling at the sight of such a powerful scene. However, Lin's expression remained calm and indifferent. He extended a finger and pointed into the air. The 1,000 lightning swords suddenly stopped, and even the sound of thunder died down. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Lightning manipulation technique. I'll return it to you. And Lin swiped his finger, and all the lightning swords trembled. Then they broke free from Thunder Z's control and changed directions, transforming into thousands of lightning streaks that flew toward him. What's going on? This was the first time Thunder Z discovered that the lightning he controlled had actually broken free from his control and was attacking him instead. This greatly astonished him. However, Thunder Z's reaction was also extremely fast, and he immediately erected a circular lightning shield to block the lightning sword attacks. The lightning swords bombarded him relentlessly, and in an instant his figure had already been submerged in a sea of lightning. At this moment, Wind Zi broke free from Qing Ji and Hong Dou's encirclement. Ignoring their pursuit, he flew toward Enlin on a gust of wind. It knew that it had to take care of Enlin first. A halo descended from the sky, imprisoning Fengzi, and a white energy beam struck Fengzi's chest almost at the same time. Rumble! Feng Zi, who was caught off guard, was penetrated by the beam of light. The powerful energy exploded, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. Enlin, hurry up! Lu Qianhuan roared softly as she charged toward the retreating Feng Zi atop her six-feathered staff. Enlin knew that he didn't have much time left. He activated his divine inspection technique again and searched for flaws in the spell formation protecting the Holy Grail. It's here. He flicked his finger, and a wave of energy struck a spot in the void slightly above the Holy Grail. Crack! The wind barrier shattered like a spider web, and even the guardian lightning within it slowly dissipated. Upon seeing this, Enlin smiled faintly. I'll kindly accept this Holy Grail. Just as he reached out to grab the hovering Holy Grail, a golden palm imbued with astonishing power rushed toward him. Don't even think about stealing our Holy Grail. A monk with delicate features shouted coldly and attacked Enlin without hesitation. The one who had attacked was the Buddhist kingdom's head representative, Qingji. His attack was not to be underestimated. This golden palm imbued with incredible speed, and Enlin had no time to prepare. He could only unleash a mountain-quaking fist. Rumble! The golden palm imbued with a vast Buddhist glow collided with the mountain-quaking fist. This palm imbued with the wondrous power of Buddhism and coupled with Qingji's half-step soul formation stage cultivation base, its power was terrifying. And Lin's golden fist couldn't last long before it was shattered by the golden palm. The golden palm didn't slow down in the slightest as it struck Enlin's chest. A vast and powerful force shook his entire body, and he was sent flying back over 100 meters. Lu Qianhuan was both shocked and furious that Qingji had managed to escape from Wen Zi's battle. When she saw that Enlin had failed and was forced back by Qingji, she couldn't care less about anything else. She charged toward the Holy Grail, completely ignoring Wen Zi. Upon seeing this, Wen Zi also gave up on his battle with Lu Qianhuan. His duty was to protect the Holy Grail, so his priority now was to eliminate Qingji. Meanwhile, Lightning Zi, who had just recovered from the 1,000 lightning swords, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and pounced toward Qingji. Qingji's scalp went numb when he saw the wind and lightning Geminis and Lu Qianhuan charging toward him. If he didn't snatch the Holy Grail now, he wouldn't have another chance. He didn't think about anything else. He grabbed the Holy Grail and charged toward Huangshan. As long as the Holy Grail landed in Huangshan's hands, they would immediately leave this land of wind and lightning. Catch! Qingji tossed the Holy Grail toward Huangshan, who was 1,000 meters away. No one could match Huangshan's speed. When he saw the Holy Grail flying toward him, he was overjoyed. Congratulations, the Buddhist kingdom has received 2 points. A dignified voice suddenly appeared at this moment, reverberating through the air. Enlin, Qingji, Huangshan, thump! The silver Holy Grail smashed into Huangshan's head and rolled to the ground. However, it didn't react in the slightest. It was as if it was digesting the voice in the sky. Almost everyone present was stunned. This news had come too suddenly, and Lin quickly came to his senses. That's right, the ownership of the Holy Grail wasn't determined by who had the Holy Grail. Instead, it was determined by which person touched the Holy Grail first. Then, the points would go to whichever power. From the looks of it, the Buddhist kingdom's representative was going to help the Hall of Creation's representative obtain the silver Holy Grail. However, this scene really made everyone feel a little sad. And Lin and the others looked at Huangshan with complicated expressions. There was a hint of sympathy in their eyes as they looked at Huangshan. Qingji slapped his head in confusion. Then he put his palms together and said apologetically, Amitabha, I'm sorry. I was too careless. I really didn't do it on purpose. He had a sincere expression on his face. Even the apologetic expression on his face was impeccable and convincing. He really didn't do it on purpose. But just because he didn't do it on purpose, did it mean he could do this? Huang Shan bent down and picked up the silver Holy Grail. His eyes were red, and he didn't know whether he should be angry or sad. He thought back to all the hard work he had put in during this period of time. It was all for the benefit of others, and he couldn't help but feel sad. His eyes were sorrowful. In the end, he could only squeeze out a few words in grief and indignation. You're all bullies. Blue Sky Plaza. The members of the Hall of Creation looked toward the Buddhist kingdom with dark expressions. Meanwhile, the Buddhist kingdom's representative had a pitiful expression on his face. Amitabha, very good, very good. The members of the Hall of Creation were so enraged that they almost vomited blood. The students of the Celestial Court didn't have much of a reaction. Although Enlin and the others didn't manage to snatch the Holy Grail in the end, they were the ones who interfered in the first place. Obtaining the Holy Grail was a stroke of luck. Even if they failed, they could accept it calmly and wouldn't feel too regretful. However, they had all heard about the cooperation between the Buddhist kingdom and the Hall of Creation. Now, the Buddhist kingdom had inexplicably become the biggest winner. There didn't seem to be anything to criticize about Qing Ji's desperate actions. At most, there would be people cursing him for being a scheming monk or for being brainless. However, it wouldn't reach the point where everyone was denouncing him. This way, the Hall of Creation must be feeling very aggrieved. They had clearly discovered the silver Holy Grail first and fought so hard. Yet, in the end, it became the Buddhist kingdom's points. Countless sympathetic gazes turned toward Huang Shan, who was on the verge of collapse. Hong Do couldn't hold himself back anymore. He pounced toward Qing Ji, wanting to fight him to the death. Don't! Benefactor Hong Do, please calm down. I can help you snatch the Iron Holy Grail. Qing Ji immediately spoke up when he saw Hong Do charging toward him furiously. Trading a silver Holy Grail for an Iron Holy Grail? Do you think I'm an idiot? Hong Do roared. Crimson flames erupted from his body. Like a fireball, he pounced toward Qing Ji aggressively. Sai, you really are an idiot. I didn't say I would only help you snatch one Iron Holy Grail. Why don't you just snatch a few more Iron Holy Grails? And Lin shook his head and fanned the flames from the side. Hong Do's words faltered. He felt like a ball of fire was pent up in his chest. He had no choice but to vent it out. Thus, he charged toward Qing Ji even more ferociously. Right now, he was extremely displeased. He had to beat up this monk to vent his anger. Right at this moment, the Wind and Thunder Geminis, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly flew into the air. They clasped their palms together and chanted. A desolate and distant voice sounded. The Holy Grail has been snatched. None of you can think about leaving. Heaven and Earth, Wind, and Lightning Extermination Formation. Activate! Chapter 211. Heaven and Earth, Wind, and Lightning Annihilation Formation. Activate! Following the Wind and Thunder Gemini's roar, a dense net of lightning suddenly rose up from the ground within a radius of 10,000 feet, forming a circular barrier that enshrouded everyone within. Within the formation, the blade-like gales and lightning were tens of times denser than before, and heaven and earth were filled with the enraged howls of wind and lightning, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Hong Do was still in his giant form, so he was instantly struck by a dozen or so bolts of lightning and wind blades. He wailed in anguish and immediately shrank his body down to his normal size. Fuse! The black and white Wind and Thunder Geminis suddenly pressed together, and a blinding light erupted from them. Everyone narrowed their eyes in the face of this light. When the light dissipated, an extremely terrifying shockwave began to radiate outward, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. and Lin raised his head and saw a male with skin that resembled a fusion of black and white fish appear in the air. He swept his gaze over everyone below him with a disdainful expression. He stood on the wind and clouds, and his entire body was bathed in a sea of lightning. His eyes were sharp, and as he inhaled and exhaled, lightning also danced in and out of existence. The Holy Grail has been taken, and the energy that the formation has stored for several years has been completely released. The wind and lightning of this heaven and earth are all under my control. Even soul formation stage cultivators are unable to break through this heaven and earth wind and lightning annihilation formation. The black and white male stood proudly between heaven and earth, and his voice boomed with a sense of awe-inspiring might. Boom! A burst of energy struck somewhere in the air, and the lightning net of the wind and lightning formation suddenly trembled violently. Then a crack appeared in the net, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Lu Qianhuan seemed to have anticipated this, and they immediately flew toward the crack. "You're not going to give me any face?" The black and white male's face convulsed slightly, but his body moved faster than he could speak. Blue lightning leaped about, and the black and white male was like a bolt of lightning. Within a few seconds, he had appeared in front of Enlin, and he aimed a kick at him. The black and white male knew that Enlin had the uncanny ability to control lightning and break through formations. So he chose him as his first target and chose close-quarters combat. With a thunderous roar, the foot that was covered in dazzling lightning came too fast, and Lin barely had time to raise his sword to block in front of him. The foot that carried the force of 1,000 caddies landed on the sword. An indescribable power was transmitted from the sword to his body, tearing the surrounding air apart, and the shockwaves spread out for hundreds of meters. Uffed! And Lin spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. And Lin, seeing this, Wang Xuanzhan immediately turned around and charged toward the black and white male. Lu Qianhuan, on the other hand, rushed toward the direction wherein Lin had fallen. At the same time, she unleashed a curved light barrier around him in order to block the natural blades of wind and lightning of heaven and earth. And Lin crawled up from the bottom of the pit with great difficulty. His blood and qi were surging, and he was still coughing up blood. "And Lin, what happened to you?" Lu Qianhuan rushed over in a hurry, and Lin shook his head with a wry smile. "I can still move, but I can't fight anymore." After saying this, he looked up at the black and white male with lingering fear in his heart. That kick just then felt like it had almost taken his life. He even thought that his defeat judgment seal was about to be activated. Then he looked toward the hole that had just been created in the spell formation. At this moment, it had already healed itself. Divine inspection technique. His eyes turned snowy white as he continued to search for flaws in the spell formation. It was a bit difficult to completely collapse the spell formation, but it was still possible to forcefully create a hole. Just as he was examining the flaws in the spell formation, Wang Xuanzhan's anguished cry sounded from the sky. There was another flash of lightning, and the black and white male appeared in front of him again. There was a mocking smile on his face. "I told you, you guys can't escape." The black and white male kicked toward Enlin's chest again. This was a familiar kick. It didn't require any technique, and it completely crushed Enlin through speed and power alone. However, things were different for Enlin now. He had activated his divine inspection technique, and he was beginning to see the flaws in his opponent's attack. No! Even if he could see the flaws, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up. First technique, Wind Sword. And Lin borrowed the power of the Wind Sword from the 6 strikes of the War God to temporarily increase his speed. Then he shifted his body and slashed back. The black and white male's lightning kick brushed past him, and Lin's evil-slaying sword, which was surrounded by a white streak of light, slashed toward the black and white male's neck. Seeing that Enlin had actually evaded his kick, the male was astonished. Then a chill ran down his spine, and he retreated almost without hesitation. Whoosh! The sword flashed like flowing water, and it was extremely fast. However, it was still evaded by the black and white male. A white pillar of light tore through the earth, and in the instant that the black and white male dodged the sword strike with all his might, it shot toward his body. This was Lu Qianhuan's final spark. The timing was extremely precise, and the male had no chance of evading it. The light exploded on the male's chest, but he only retreated a few steps before regaining his footing. His chest was charred black, and the sound of armor shattering could be heard. Wind armor. Lu Qianhuan's expression faltered slightly, and she immediately yelled at Enlin, "Run!" The black and white male didn't sustain much damage after taking the final spark head-on. At this moment, his body erupted with a shocking lightning glow, and he pounced toward Enlin again. Roar! In the sky, Wang Xuanzhan stabbed a spear toward the black and white male furiously. A projection of an azure dragon appeared behind him, and the tip of his spear was the ancient dragon head that bared its fangs. The black and white male furrowed his brows. He couldn't ignore Wang Xuanzhan's attack. A pair of black and white fish appeared beneath his feet, and wind and lightning revolved around his fist as he punched toward the projection of the dragon head. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom erupted. The collision between the two created an extremely terrifying lightning storm. Even though Wang Xuanzhan had unleashed his full strength, he was still sent flying by the punch. Using this bit of time, Enlin used his divine inspection technique to find a flaw in the spell formation again. A burst of energy shot out from his finger, piercing through the air toward a certain point in the void. Just as he thought he would be able to break through another hole in the spell formation, another burst of energy shattered his burst of energy. Enlin was momentarily dazed. He tilted his head and saw the black and white male looking at him with a cold smile. Lightning flashed, and the black and white male pounced toward him again. It looked like he wouldn't rest until he got rid of him first. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning suddenly interfered with the battle and struck toward the black and white male. At the same time, countless Buddhist beads floated in the void. Combined with the golden seals, they unleashed a powerful suppressive force in an attempt to hold the black and white male back. The representatives of the Hall of Creation and the Buddhist kingdom had made their move. Enlin understood what was going on when he saw Hong Do, who had been charred on the outside and charred on the inside due to him forcibly breaking through the spell formation. In a head-on battle, no one was a match for the black and white male. Thus, the best option for them to survive was to break through the spell formation and escape. However, only Enlin could break through this spell formation that had accumulated power for several years. Thus, he was the key to breaking through this situation, and the representatives of the other powers had no choice but to protect him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break the spell formation. Huang Shan roared angrily, and Lin was moved when he saw that Huang Shan could still pull himself together after suffering such a heavy blow. However, he didn't have time to think too much about it and activated his divine inspection technique again. The spell formation operated continuously, and its flaws were constantly changing. He found another flaw and flicked his finger through the void, sending a burst of energy into it. This time, because the black and white male was being attacked by several people, he couldn't free himself to stop Enlin from breaking the spell formation. Boom! An opening appeared in the spell formation again. This time, rings of wind revolved around Enlin's feet, and he used the wind sword technique again. For the sake of speed, he was going all out. His entire body transformed into a blur as he broke through the sound barrier, and a white shockwave exploded behind him. His vital energy was greatly depleted. After using the wind sword technique, he might be completely exhausted and unable to continue fighting. However, he couldn't care less now. If he ran any slower, he might be kicked away again. The black and white male's roar traveled over from afar. In an instant, a lightning dragon and a wind wolf materialized from the opening, and they glared menacingly at Enlin. Then, Enlin used the lightning manipulation technique and controlled the lightning dragon to pounce toward the wind wolf. Another violent explosion occurred, and the wind and lightning energies tore at each other before exploding. Under the protection of Lu Qianhuan's curved light barrier, and Lin didn't slow down. Instead, he directly passed through the shockwave of energy and successfully rushed out of the spell formation. Lu Qianhuan followed closely behind him and then used a spell technique to prop up the opening, preventing it from closing. And Lin lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Through the opening, he could see that an extremely intense battle was still erupting inside. Everyone was fighting as they charged toward him. Hong Do, who hadn't participated in the battle, also ran out after him. When he saw Lin lying on the ground, completely exhausted, he couldn't help but want to rush over and beat him up. However, when he saw Lu Qianhuan glaring at him, he forcefully suppressed this urge. Immediately afterward, Dong Yan and Qing Xian also rushed out. Boom! Lightning exploded. Qing Ji, Wang Xuanzhan, and Huang Shan pushed back the black and white male, and the three of them simultaneously rushed toward the opening. Chapter 212. Seeing everyone escaping the spell formation one by one, the black and white male was finally enraged. He realized that he couldn't stop everyone, so he decided to leave one or two behind. Red Lotus demonic lightning. The male clapped his hands together, and a crimson lotus bloomed in the path that Wang Xuanzhan and the others had to pass through. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the lotus was actually formed from crimson lightning and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. In front of them was the exploding red lotus demonic lightning, and behind them was the black and white male's pursuit. The choice was made in an instant. Huang Shan used a forbidden technique, and his entire body was like a golden lightning flying sword. His speed was extremely fast, and it was impossible to stop. Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji, however, chose to stop and use long-range immortal spells to stop the black and white male's pursuit. Boom! The red lotus demonic lightning exploded, and the lightning enveloped Huang Shan's entire body with a demonic and holy aura. The lightning instantly wreaked havoc for over 1,000 feet, and the extremely violent power charred and melted everything it came into contact with after the explosion. Wang Xuanzhan immediately sprinted toward the opening. The black and white male tossed out an extremely solid bolt of lightning, which slashed toward him like a sharp sword in an attempt to stop him from breaking through. Unexpectedly, Wang Xuanzhan ignored the bolt of lightning and focused all his energy on sprinting forward. The bolt of lightning pierced through his dragon scales and through his body, injuring his internal organs and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't slow down, and he used inertia to charge out of the opening. Qing Ji even used a protective forbidden technique. As his aura rapidly weakened, the golden barrier was as stable as a turtle's shell, and the lightning and wind blades were unable to break through it. Thus, he also charged out of the opening. Huang Shan was the last person to recover. He had underestimated the power of the red lotus demonic lightning and was sent spinning from the explosion. When he came to his senses, he had already fallen behind Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji. Without hesitation, he immediately charged toward the opening at full speed. Wang Xuanzhan and Qing Ji appeared one after the other. Aya! Seeing this, Lu Qianhuan immediately let out a cry of surprise. Then, like a delicate willow branch, she slowly collapsed onto the ground. Her exquisite and delicate body lay on the ground, breathing weakly, looking very pitiful. She pouted and said pitifully, "I don't have any strength." Without anyone to support the opening, the self-recovery power of the spell formation was suddenly gone. After suppressing it for too long, the formation was even more resilient when it recovered. The gap was repaired almost instantly, and no one could react in time. F***CK. This was Huang Shan's final roar that came from within. Just like that, the golden lightning struck the protective wall of the array formation and exploded Huang Shan. Hong Do and Dong Yan both let loose cries of surprise as they unleashed spell techniques to attack the hole in the wall. Explosions rang out incessantly. As the energy surged, the wind thunder net only trembled slightly, showing no signs of breaking. The densely packed lightning net blocked their line of sight. They had no way of knowing what was going on inside, but everyone knew that the situation was dire. "You, hurry up and create an opening from the outside," Hongdo roared at Enlin. Right now, only Enlin had a way to help Huangshan fight for a chance of survival. A hint of mockery flashed through Enlin's eyes as he lay on the ground, panting heavily. He waved his hand feebly. "I'm out of energy, big brother Hongdo." Hongdo stared at Enlin and Lu Qianhuan, who were lying on the ground like salted fish. His chest exploded, and his voice trembled. You're clearly doing this on purpose." Enlin and Lu Qianhuan didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, they began to meditate and recover their energy. The people outside the spell formation couldn't see what was happening inside, but the tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza could see Huang Shan's miserable state. Huang Shan's cries of anguish rang out incessantly. He was clearly a powerful cultivator of lightning techniques, yet he was being ravaged by the black and white male. The black and white male was furious. So many people had escaped, and he had only caught one. Naturally, he vented his anger on this creature. Wind Sparrow Frost Slash. Ah, Dark Piercing Lightning Spear. Ah, Nine Dragons Divine Lightning. Ah, all of the Hall of Creation entourage members were deathly pale, and the other three powers were also looking at the scenes unfolding on the crystal screen with expressions of sympathy on their faces. Some of them had even turned their heads away to look at Enlin and the others, who were lying on the ground like dead fish. Soon after, a loud and clear voice sounded from the sky above the Zhonglong mountain ranges. Hall of Creation, Huangshan eliminated. When Hongdo and Dong Yen heard this voice, they stood rooted to the spot as if they had lost their souls. Although they had already expected this, they still received a huge blow when they heard the actual verdict. Their main forces had all been eliminated. How were they supposed to compete for the Holy Grails? Not to mention the others, just the Iron Holy Grail alone was already too much for them to handle. Benefactors, please don't panic. This humble monk can help you compete for the Iron Holy Grails. Just as Hongdo and Dong Yen were feeling like dead ashes, Qingji once again stepped forward and spoke with a sincere expression. Dong Yan's lips twitched as she looked at Qingji. She really wanted to curse at him. Hongdo, on the other hand, really wanted to beat this monk up. This entire situation gave him a very F***ed-up feeling. It was as if someone had traded an Iron Holy Grail for a Silver Holy Grail and even caused the death of one of their generals. Yet, in the end, the other party still acted as if they were doing him a favor. Phew! Calm down, heart like a boulder. Hongdo's entire body trembled, and he kept reminding himself to calm down. In the end, the Hall of Creation and the Buddhist Kingdom still decided to continue their collaboration. Wang Xuanzhan had initially wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the members of these two forces. However, he was severely injured and couldn't unleash much of his combat prowess. Furthermore, his two teammates had expended too much vital energy and were like two salted fish. Thus, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he shook his head in exasperation. "Let's go," Wang Xuanzhan said. "Let's rest for a while and then hurry to the next location." And Lin and Lu Qianhuan nodded. They also knew the general location of the other 3 Iron Holy Grails. Once they recovered a bit, they would be able to head straight for their target. The representatives of the Buddhist Kingdom and the Hall of Creation soared into the sky and flew off into the distance. Wang Xuanzhan applied some spirit medicine to his wounds and then bandaged them up. He raised his head and said slowly, "Next target, let's go take care of the ghost hatchet giant northwest of the Zhonglong mountain ranges, on a plateau filled with white trees." The monk and the monster were flying in the sky. Their eyes were constantly scanning their surroundings as if they were searching for something. We encountered the blue winged bone dragon in this area. This bone dragon is ferocious by nature and has extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Qing Ji, Qing Yan, and Qing Xan couldn't take it anymore, so he temporarily retreated. Qing Ji explained to Hong Do and Dong Yan calmly. He actually wasn't very confident. After all, the Hall of Creation's main force, Huangshan, had already been eliminated. The battle between three spirit-nurturing final stage cultivators and him, a half-step soul formation stage cultivator, and the blue-winged bone dragon wasn't much better than the previous battle. Hopefully, the same thing wouldn't happen again, and they wouldn't be chased around by the bone dragon howl. A resonant dragon's roar sounded from a nearby mountain. It's the blue-winged bone dragon. The four of them were overjoyed and rushed toward that direction without hesitation. A moment later, the four of them arrived at the location of the dragon's roar and were all stunned. They saw three handsome men with beautiful white wings on their backs staring at the newcomers with astonished expressions. One of them, a man with a powerful aura, held an iron holy grail in his hand and winked at the four people flying toward them. Congratulations! The Garden of Eden has received 1 point. A timely announcement sounded from the sky. Qing Ji, Qing Xen, the two from the Hall of Creation wept. F***CK. How could they bully us like this? Chapter 213. After August woke up, he happened to encounter the blue, winged bone dragon. Thus, he displayed his skills and obtained the first Holy Grail in this competition. The three of them were just about to leave when they bumped into Qing Ji and the others who were rushing over. They were a little surprised. You guys are late. Shirley squinted her eyes and smiled with a smug expression. After a long period of silence, the Garden of Eden's confidence was greatly boosted following August's awakening, and they started to catch up. There's no hope for the Hall of Creation now. Only the Celestial Court and the Buddhist Kingdom can compete with us. Now that the representatives of the Buddhist Kingdom have come to us, it'll be easy, August said calmly. Hong Do and Dong Yan's chests tightened when they heard August's words. They were just about to curse when they realized that Qing Ji and Qing Xan had already retreated. Holy F***CK, you guys are so shameless. Why are you running so fast? Hong Do yelled in grief. Sorry, the Holy Grails have already been taken. The Garden of Eden is trying to make a move on me. Retreat first. Qing Ji said this as he ran. He didn't care about his image at all. But then again, it made sense. If they talked more, they wouldn't be able to escape. Don't run. August, Shirley, and Arthur flapped their wings and turned into streaks of white light as they gave chase. Hong Do and Dong Yan fell silent as they watched the three of them disappear into the distance. Hong Do was furious. F***CK, we've really been ignored. Don't look down on us. The three from the Garden of Eden didn't even look at them during this entire process. Their disdainful attitude almost made Hong Do explode with rage. Dong Yan didn't appear to be very angry. Instead, she breathed out a frosty breath with a melancholy and sorrowful expression. I've calculated. Our total score is 70, 2 points, and the Heavenly Court has the highest total score at 76, 7 points. There are still 2 iron Holy Grails and 1 golden Holy Grail in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, which means we have to fight for all the Holy Grails in order to get first place. Hong Do's lips twitched upon hearing this. He felt like the future was going to be extremely difficult. This was a mission that was almost impossible to complete. No wonder August had said that there was no hope for them. However, it was still unconvinced. It had an aura of defiance, as if the heavens wanted to suppress it. It furiously said, Humph, since that's the case, then let's snatch all the remaining Holy Grails. As opposed to saying this to Dong Yan, it was more accurate to say that Hong Do was trying to motivate himself. Congratulations, the Celestial Court has obtained 1 point. The voice came from the sky again. Dong Yan. Hong Do's mouth gaped open, and his bloodthirsty eyes had already glazed over to the extreme. There's no way I can continue with this duel. Inside a cave, an aura-concealing array had been set up here. 2 monks were sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Qing Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was worried that he would be chased by the skeletal dragon again, but now the skeletal dragon didn't chase after him. Instead, he was chased by 3 birdmen in the sky. August, Arthur, and Shirley all sighed lightly when they heard that the Celestial Court had obtained another point. Currently, the Garden of Eden had 74. 2 points, the Buddhist Kingdom had 74. 1 point, and the Celestial Court had 77. 7 points. There was still 1 iron Holy Grail and 1 golden Holy Grail left in the Zhonglong mountain ranges. If they wanted to fight for first place, it didn't matter who obtained the Iron Holy Grail, because whichever force obtained the Golden Holy Grail would be the force with the highest total points. The Iron Holy Grail is useless now. Let's focus on searching for traces of the Golden Holy Grail, August said calmly. However, Shirley had a different opinion. I feel that we should still fight for the Iron Holy Grail. We should at least secure second place first. At the same time, Hongdou and Dong Yan of the Hall of Creation also had a conversation. Dong Yan, I feel that although we can't get first place, we can't end the competition with 0 points. We might not be strong enough to fight for the Golden Holy Grail, but we still have a chance to get an Iron Holy Grail and improve our results. Although Hongdou was usually hot-tempered and reckless, when he was at the end of his tether, his unyielding spirit was still very motivating. Dong Yan was clearly convinced, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, although we can't get first place, we still have to perform well and show off the Hall of Creation's might. Just like that, Hongdou and Dong Yan walked out of their trough, regrouped, and continued their search. However, not long after, a voice sounded in the sky again. Congratulations! The Celestial Court has obtained 1 point. Hongdou! Dong Yan, Hongdou's body swayed slightly, and the flames in his chest were about to extinguish. He couldn't say a word. Dong Yan had just managed to raise her spirits, but she was instantly dispirited by this sentence. She could only look up at the sky and sigh. The Celestial Court doesn't give us a way out. Near a raging inferno in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, 100-foot-tall tree man collapsed on the ground. He was already dead. Lu Qianhuan giggled as she placed the Holy Grail on the ground. She was both proud and excited, as if she was showing off her favorite toy to others. For Iron Holy Grails, 1 Silver Holy Grail, haha, we're at least second place now. Maybe we can even get first place, even if we lie here and don't move. And Lin had a relaxed expression, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. There was only 1 Golden Holy Grail left, and the difficulty of obtaining the Golden Holy Grail was definitely on a different level from obtaining the Silver Holy Grail. Perhaps the other forces would be directly eliminated by the powerful war demon when they were fighting for the Golden Holy Grail. The probability of this happening was definitely not low. Thus, among the 4 forces, the Celestial Court was currently under the least pressure. Of course, from a certain perspective, the Hall of Creation was also under the least pressure. After all, there was already no hope left. Student and Lin, don't be arrogant. We should take advantage of this momentum and obtain the Golden Holy Grail in one go. Only then can we display the might of the Celestial Court, Wang Xuanzhan said in high spirits. Hearing this, and Lin nodded. Actually, he also wanted to experience what the Golden Holy Grail was like. After all, it was worth 5 points. That was the total number of points obtained by all the Iron Holy Grails. He thought that if the 5 Iron Holy Grail war demons gathered together, their strength would be able to completely crush any one of the forces. Even if the 4 forces joined forces, they would still be no match for them. Then, just how freakishly difficult would the Golden Holy Grail, which was worth 5 points, be? This was something to look forward to. Compared to Lin's anticipation, the representatives from the Garden of Eden and the Buddhist Kingdom were extremely nervous and stressed. Obtaining the Golden Holy Grail was their only option. Right now, they had no choice but to anxiously search for clues. Lu Qianhuan, who was studying the Holy Grail, took a deep breath. Then, she suddenly picked up a tree branch and started drawing on the ground. And Lin was a little puzzled. "What are you drawing?" Lu Qianhuan replied nonchalantly, "A summoning spell formation." "Summoning what?" "The Golden Holy Grail." Chapter 214. Summon what? The Golden Holy Grail. Lu Qianhuan's answer struck Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin like a bolt of lightning. "Draw a spell formation to summon the Golden Holy Grail? Are you sure you're not messing with me?" And Lin stared at the complex, veined patterns on the ground in disbelief. "Hee, I'm just messing with you, dummy." Lu Qianhuan wrinkled her delicate nose with a smile, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, Lu Qianhuan finally spoke the truth when she saw the two people's expressions darkening. "I'm guessing that the Holy Grails are connected by auras. The peculiar vein patterns on the Holy Grails are probably some kind of special symbol that differentiates the different Holy Grails. If I add these special symbols to the aura tracking spell formation, I might be able to create a connection between the spell formation and the remaining Holy Grails." And Lin blinked. Although he didn't really understand, it sounded very impressive. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes lit up. The aura tracking spell formation is similar to the bloodline tracking spell formation, right? The bloodline tracking spell formation can use a specific bloodline to search for the existence of a related bloodline. However, the aura tracking spell formation is several levels higher than the bloodline tracking spell formation. I've heard that it already involves the power of karma. I didn't expect Sister Lu to know this spell formation. Lu Qianhuan replied with a smile. "I can only draw the simplest aura tracking spell formation now. The special symbols on the Holy Grail must be of its inherent attribute for this spell formation to be effective. Furthermore, the more special symbols there are, and the closer the distance, the higher the success rate." After a while, an extremely complex spell formation appeared on the ground. Lu Qianhuan's face was a little pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It was clear that drawing this spell formation was quite taxing on her mind. In the center of the spell formation, the peculiar veined patterns of the 5 Holy Grails were drawn in a certain way to form some kind of karma connection. The wind and clouds suddenly surged, and a huge amount of vital energy began to converge toward the aura tracking spell formation in an attempt to activate it. And Lin swallowed nervously as he looked at the spell formation. Suddenly, a white light erupted from the spell formation. 3 white needles began to appear on the spell formation, each pointing in a different direction. "We did it!" Lu Qianhuan exclaimed. She actually didn't have much hope for this experiment. Who would have thought that she would actually guess correctly? At this moment, she was even more excited than Enlin and Wang Xuanzhan. It was as if she had struck the jackpot. Do these 3 needles represent the direction of the Holy Grail? Then which direction is correct? Wang Xuanzhan was puzzled. Neither. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes glowed with a mesmerizing light as she pointed toward a certain spot within the spell formation. This is the correct direction. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan looked toward the direction that Lu Qianhuan was pointing at, and only then did they discover that there was an extremely thin needle in the spell formation. It was as if it was about to dissipate, and it was pointing toward a certain direction. And Lin came to his senses and said with a look of realization, "I understand now. The other 3 needles are pointing in the direction of the other iron and silver Holy Grails. The special vein patterns engraved on the spell formation are the veined patterns of the iron and silver Holy Grails. The karmic connection between them and the iron and silver Holy Grails is closer. However, the Golden Holy Grail is independent, so the karmic connection is weaker. That's why the needle is so inconspicuous." Lu Qianhuan snapped her fingers and grinned. "That's right. This needle, which is as small as a golden needle, is pointing toward the direction of the Golden Holy Grail. Now we have a target to advance toward. Just as she finished speaking, the spell formation suddenly exploded. The needle shattered, and the light around it dissipated. This was a sign that the spell formation couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on its own. Lu Qianhuan stuck out her tongue helplessly. Anyway, we've already determined the direction. Let's go. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan nodded. Now that they had a clue, they naturally didn't waste any more time. They immediately flew toward the direction that the needle was pointing toward with Lu Qianhuan. Northeast of the Zhong Long mountain ranges, there was a tall mountain covered in craggy black rocks. The peak of the mountain was covered in a layer of pure white snow. Although it was already nighttime, the snow on the peak of the mountain reflected the moonlight, appearing tranquil and holy. On a clearing halfway up the mountain, the faint glow of a fire could be seen flickering. Dong Yen, there seems to be someone on that mountain. Hong Dou's eyes burned like torches as he stared intently at a certain mountain 1.5 kilometers away. In the pitch-black night, any kind of fire would be extremely conspicuous. Dong Yen also revealed an expression of interest. Come on, let's go take a look. Make sure to conceal our tracks. They guessed that the people on that mountain were definitely representatives from other powers. Now that they were approaching them, they couldn't choose to fly in the air, which was too conspicuous. Instead, they descended to the ground and ran. After a period of depression, the two from the Hall of Creation pulled themselves together from their dejection. Moreover, they had a new strategy. The core idea of this strategy was to fish in troubled waters. That's right, didn't they want the Golden Holy Grail? Then let them fight for it. At the most crucial moment, Hong Dou and Dong Yen, who were hiding in the shadows, would suddenly erupt into battle. Although this was a bit lowly with their current strength, it seemed like this was the only thing they could do. Just like that, Hong Dou and Dong Yen continuously approached the ball of fire halfway up the mountain. After a while, they could clearly see the ball of fire. It was a blazing bonfire, and a wild boar was being roasted over it. This wild boar was almost completely roasted, and an alluring aroma wafted through the air. A petite girl in a white dress was excitedly turning the roasting rack. Her clear eyes reflected the glow of the fire, and she licked her pink lips greedily. Hong Dou and Dong Yen, who were secretly observing, were stunned. Who was this girl? Speaking of which, Dong Yen, could it be that what she's wearing on her head is... Hong Dou asked in a trembling voice. His face was filled with incredulity and astonishment. Dong Yen nodded solemnly. I think so too. It's definitely the Golden Holy Grail. That's right, this petite and adorable girl in a white dress was wearing an intricate and beautiful crown on her head. The outline of the Holy Grail could even be seen at the very front. The Golden Holy Grail on her head didn't give off any sense of majesty or oppression. Instead, it appeared a bit ridiculous and comical. There was even a hint of childlike charm to it, as if the Golden Holy Grail crown was an intricate toy. Dong Yen and Hong Dou were a bit restless. They knew that if this really was the Golden Holy Grail, then things definitely wouldn't be as simple as they seemed. But what if obtaining this Golden Holy Grail wasn't as difficult as they had imagined? What if they could obtain it with their hard work? The one wearing the Golden Holy Grail was just a little girl. They were the first to discover the Golden Holy Grail. Were they really going to do nothing? Hong Dou and Dong Yen couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Their only advantage was probably that they were the first to arrive here. A feeling of wishful thinking spread like wildfire and couldn't be stopped. I'll go test it out. Dong Yen, you act according to the situation. After a moment, Hong Dou finally made up his mind. Dong Yen didn't say anything. Clearly, she agreed with Hong Dou's decision. The little girl raised her head from the roasting rack and looked at the rock golem that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Hong Dou was extremely uneasy. When he looked at the little girl, he didn't sense any terrifying aura. Thus, he decided to use a gentle negotiation method to open up the situation. Hello, little girl. Hong Dou waved at the little girl in a simple and honest manner. He tried his best to hide his malice. The little girl's delicate face suddenly turned cold for some reason after hearing Hong Do's words. A boundless sense of danger instantly enveloped Hong Do's entire body, causing his entire body to tense up. Just as its huge body was about to retreat, a fair and small fist was already imprinted on its chest. "Please call me, Your Majesty." A crisp voice accompanied by an earth-shattering boom resounded through the skies. Boom! The power of the fist caused the earth to crack open and the mountains to tremble. The powerful gale created by the fist tore open an endless trench in the ground. In the end, it transformed into a shockwave that shot into the distant sky and surged for several kilometers. Hong Do's eyes widened, and he spat out lava from his mouth. His rock-hard body began to crack inch by inch. The golden barrier of light absorbed almost half of the power of the fist. Otherwise, Hong Do would have been crippled if the fist had been completely unleashed. Hall of Creation, Hong Do eliminated. The voice of judgment sounded in the sky again. Chapter 215. Hong Do was insta-killed by the little girl. His eyes lost focus and he fainted. His body was slowly teleported away. Seeing this terrifying scene, Dong Yen hid behind a boulder and tried her best to conceal her aura as she trembled in fear. Damn it, this speed, this power was completely beyond the scope of its understanding. How the F***CK was he supposed to fight for the Holy Grail with such a huge gap in strength? He would be giving himself away if he left. Poor Hong Do, he was eliminated after saying one line, after feeling sorry for her teammate for a minute. Dong Yen started observing the little girl again. No. Dong Yen came to a realization and shook her head. I should observe that queen again, seeing that Hong Do had disappeared. Her Majesty pursed her lips and returned to the roasting rack. She rummaged through the rack with an indifferent expression as if she had just done something insignificant. At the same time, Lin and the others also heard the announcement of Hong Do's elimination, and their hearts trembled slightly. Who would have thought that the Hall of Creation would be faster than us? Lu Qianhuan exclaimed in surprise. The reason for their elimination might not be because they found the Holy Grail. Perhaps they were killed by the representatives of other forces? Wang Xuanzhan smiled lightly with a nonchalant expression, and Lin shrugged. If that's the case, then dealing with the Hall of Creation is really too boring. Similar conversations took place in the Buddhist Kingdom and Garden of Eden. Apart from being surprised, the representatives didn't seem too nervous. On the Blue Sky Plaza, Huang Shan and Hong Do lay half dead on the healing spell formation. They stared blankly at the crystal screen in silence. After a while, Hong Do murmured, "Back then we were so high-spirited. First, we trapped the Celestial Court and Garden of Eden. Then, we struck fear into the monk's heart. The championship was just a joke to us. But now we have 0 points. Boom!" A bolt of golden lightning struck Hong Do's head, and thick black smoke rose from it. Why did you strike me?" Hong Do was dumbfounded. He looked at Huang Shan with grief and indignation. "You King talk too much. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people here, I would have pounced over and killed you." Huang Shan was enraged by Hong Do's words, and he glared at him coldly. Hong Do's body recoiled, and he felt a chill envelop his entire body. Yes, that was Huang Shan's killing intent. He was not joking. In the Zhonglong mountain range, the 3 representatives of the Celestial Court were still flying through the air, searching for suspicious areas. We're almost out of the Zhonglong mountain ranges, but we still haven't discovered anything. Are we going in the wrong direction? And Lin asked worriedly, "So be it. I've already adjusted the position twice. I don't have the strength to set up the chi-chasing array anymore. Setting up an aura tracking spell formation was extremely taxing on one's mind." Lu Qianhuan pouted and averted her gaze, ignoring Lin's words. Wang Xuanzhan also knew that this wasn't something that could be forced. Being able to determine the general direction was already very good. At this moment, he could only look around in an attempt to find some clues. Hey, there seems to be fire on the mountain in front. He looked at a mountain in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Fire? Don't tell me it's the place where the representatives of other forces are stationed? And Lin also noticed the light. From afar, it looked like starlight dancing in the dark night. Let's go and have a look. If it's the Buddhist kingdom or the Garden of Eden, we'll find an opportunity to eliminate them, Lu Qianhuan said excitedly. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan didn't have any objections to this. Rather than fighting for the Golden Holy Grail, it would be much easier to eliminate them. They had the highest total points anyway. If all their opponents were eliminated, then they would be in first place, right? Just like that, the three of them casually flew toward the place where the light had appeared. When Enlin and the others saw who the light was, they couldn't help but be rooted to the spot. A young girl dressed in white was currently munching on a large pig's leg. She glanced indifferently at the three people who had appeared in front of her. Dong Yen, who was observing from the shadows, began to gloat in a low voice when she saw the three people appear. They're approaching the Golden Holy Grail so recklessly. There's going to be a good show to watch now. Wang Xuanzhan is quite strong, so he should be able to take a few punches. The students on the Blue Sky Plaza also tensed up and started to worry. They had all witnessed the little girl's strength. Now that the representatives of the Celestial Court had appeared before her, the situation could be said to be extremely perilous. The girl dressed in white looked at the three uninvited guests in front of her. She silently stood up and tilted her head. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan's bodies tensed up. They saw the protruding, golden, holy grail on the crown. Lu Qianhuan also noticed the crown on the little girl's head, and her purple eyes lit up. You're wearing a crown on your head. Could it be that you're Her Majesty the Queen? And Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, Dong Yen, and Lin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Dong Yen were all a bit dumbfounded. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were both frightened by Lu Qianhuan's nonsensical train of thought. Meanwhile, Dong Yen was thinking, Holy F asterisk CK, what's with this godly opening line? How did she know to call the little girl Her Majesty the Queen? Was she cheating? Was she pulling strings? The girl in white was also slightly taken aback. When she came to her senses, her expression relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. You're quite perceptive. I'll give you a chance to speak. Speak, what are you here for? And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan were dumbfounded again. The little girl actually smiled. She could communicate smoothly with this kind of opening line. Also, was this little girl really the queen? Countless thoughts flashed through their minds before they turned to look at Lu Qianhuan again. Their faces were filled with incredulity, as if they were looking at a cheat. The little girl asked them what they were here for. What the F asterisk CK was this? They were here for the Holy Grail, of course. But they couldn't just say this out loud for some reason, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan didn't reply. Instead, they waited for Lu Qianhuan to speak. That's right. Only Lu Qianhuan's miraculous brain waves could connect with these weirdos. She was already the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Celestial Court's representative team. Your Majesty, we're here just to admire the crown on your head, Lu Qianhuan said with a sincere smile. The girl in white furrowed her brows slightly. She was a little surprised by this answer. Admire the crown on my head? Lu Qianhuan nodded. That's right. I have a hobby, and that is to study the craftsmanship of crowns. If your Majesty could allow me to study the crown for a moment, I would be eternally grateful. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan came to a realization after hearing Lu Qianhuan's words. Brilliant, as expected of their Foreign Affairs Minister. Her words were reasonable and well-grounded. It was refreshing and not abrupt at all. In reality, the judgment of obtaining the Holy Grail should start to take effect when one held the Holy Grail in one's hand. This could be proven by the incident with the Blood Skeleton Gang. In other words, they could use this as an excuse to hold the Holy Grail in their hands. Wouldn't they successfully obtain the Holy Grail in that way? If this still didn't take effect, they could just take the Holy Grail and run. This way, the risk of obtaining the Holy Grail would be minimized. If they successfully escaped, the judges outside would have no choice but to admit it. The three of them looked at the little girl, waiting for her response. The girl in white smiled. However, this smile was very cold, causing a chill to run down their spines. Do you think I'm easy to fool just because I'm a little girl? Wang Xuanzhan and Lin and Lu Qianhuan's expressions changed. Chapter 216. The white-clothed girl sneered coldly and placed the pork leg back onto the barbecue rack. She held the crown on her head with her delicate hands and looked at Lu Qianhuan. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're definitely trying to trick me into giving you my crown so you can become a queen, right? Lu Qianhuan's expression faltered upon hearing this. She was a little dumbstruck, and Lin and Wang Xuanzhan weren't much better off than Lu Qianhuan. They both thought that their intentions had been seen through. Who would have thought that this was just a little girl's wild imagination? Even the Minister of Foreign Affairs almost fell prey to this. Fortunately, none of them revealed any hostility. It looked like there was still room for negotiation. Absolutely not. I really just want to admire your crown. If you don't trust me, I can use a supreme plaything as collateral. Lu Qianhuan spoke with a sincere expression. Sure enough, she took out her phone under the curious gaze of the little girl. Then she began to introduce its functions and gameplay. This toy was extremely alluring to little children. Sure enough, the little girl's interest was piqued. She made her way over to Lu Qianhuan's side and stared at the colorful content on the phone screen with a slight smile on her face. Interesting. A sweet smile appeared on the little girl's face, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. A light breeze blew past. Everything was so natural and beautiful. However, at some point in time, a fair fist had already imprinted itself onto Wang Xuanzhan's chest. It was so fast that Lu Qianhuan's pupils contracted, and Lin didn't even have time to react. Only Wang Xuanzhan raised his hands slightly in an attempt to block. However, it was too late. The distance between the two of them was too close. In order to conceal his hostility, Wang Xuanzhan didn't fully activate his ancient dragon bloodline, so his strength wasn't at its peak. However, this delicate fist was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. It was a lethal strike. Boom! The fist was silent when it struck, but it was earth-shattering when it landed. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, sending Lu Qianhuan and Lin flying. Wang Xuanzhan's chest caved in, and his bones shattered. He flew into the sky like a cannonball. Wang Xuanzhan spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The girl said softly, "Oh!" She stomped on the ground, and the rebounding force caused a several zhang deep crater to appear on the ground. Her petite body shot up into the sky, and a violent sonic boom rang out. Senior Wang. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. By the time Lin and Lu Qianhuan came to their senses, Lu Qianhuan had already chased after the heavily injured Wang Xuanzhan. Extremely dazzling lightning erupted in the pitch-black sky, and the vast and ancient lightning domain was completely unleashed. The sound of a dragon's roar spread out in all directions with boundless majesty. Wang Xuanzhan's entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his spear was like an enraged heavenly dragon. Lightning flashed, and his spear was imbued with an unstoppable momentum as it stabbed toward the little girl in front of him. The little girl's attack was still an ordinary punch, but it was this punch that broke through the lightning domain and collided with the tip of the spear. And Lin raised his head and saw that the space around them was beginning to distort. After that, there was an indescribable energy impact that turned into white ripples that spread in all directions. The heavens and earth exploded, and the mountains and rivers trembled. Wang Xuanzhan spat out another mouthful of blood, and he was once again sent flying. Huh? There's a battle over there. This lightning looks like Wang Xuanzhan of the Celestial Court. He can't be trying to snatch the golden Holy Grail, right? We mustn't let them beat us to it. 3 representatives of the Garden of Eden, who were flying at high speed with their white wings spread open, saw the battle in the distance, and they immediately transformed into white streaks of light as they charged toward the location of the battle. They had to snatch the golden Holy Grail. The little girl leaped through the air toward Wang Xuanzhan again, and a smug smile appeared on her face. The last punch. Boom! The wind from the punch pierced through Wang Xuanzhan's body and transformed into an earth-shattering shockwave, sending the ground thousands of feet below flying. Wang Xuanzhan of the Celestial Court eliminated. A voice sounded between heaven and earth. August, Shirley, and Arthur all stopped flying forward and drew in a sharp breath as they looked at the little girl who was thousands of feet away from them. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan looked at each other. Without another word, they immediately found a secluded place to hide. The golden Holy Grail is too terrifying, and Lin said solemnly, "We can't defeat it with brute force. We can only defeat it with our wits." Lu Qianhuan nodded repeatedly and sighed in agreement. This little girl is really a scheming little girl. She's clearly so powerful, yet she still wants to win by making her opponent lower their guard. Hearing this, and Lin fell silent, and a chill ran down his spine. That's right. Everyone had been fooled by her. With the incident with the Blood Skull Gang in the past, they naively thought that this war demon in the form of a little girl was also an existence that lacked intelligence and would be easily fooled. Who would have thought that she would beat them at their own game and actually made use of Enlin and the others' preconceived notions to take them by surprise and eliminate their main force if Wang Xuanzhan had been fully prepared and hadn't been hit by that punch. Even if he couldn't defeat the little girl, he would at least have had a chance of escaping. After seeing that earth-shattering punch, the 3 representatives of the Garden of Eden had already started to retreat decisively. They needed time to think things through. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. It's actually quite interesting to use some tricks, the little girl said with a giggle as she watched Wang Xuanzhan slowly disappear into the distance. Then she saw the 3 members of the Light Wing clan flying into the distance, and her expression darkened again. "I say, you guys, boom!" She kicked backward with her slender foot, and the air exploded. A white circle of air suddenly dispersed, and her body drew a white line through the air as she rapidly closed in on the 3 representatives of the Garden of Eden. "You left without even saying goodbye to me." This punch was aimed at Arthur, who was flying slower than the others. The little girl flew above him, and her little fist suddenly smashed down. At this critical moment, Arthur activated a white shield of light. The fist fell, and the shield of light shattered. The power of the fist caused Arthur's body to twist into a bow, and the ground beneath him cracked open, extending for several thousand feet. "How rude!" The little girl finished her sentence. Arthur's eyes widened, and they slowly lost focus. A golden barrier appeared around him. Garden of Eden, Arthur, eliminated. While the little girl was dealing with Arthur, August and Shirley had already retreated a distance away. Seeing them escape so decisively, the little girl furrowed her brows. She looked back at the leaping flames on the mountain behind her, and she began to turn around and fly back to the side of the mountain. Seeing that the little girl had given up on pursuing them, August and Shirley both felt as if they had just escaped death. To be honest, if the little girl continued to pursue them at that terrifying speed, even August wasn't confident that he would be able to shake her off. In the clearing halfway up the mountain, the bonfire was still blazing and crackling. However, the ground around it had already caved in, and there were signs of it collapsing. The little girl landed on the ground and walked over to the bonfire. She raised the barbecue rack and sighed as she looked at the charred wild boar. Sigh, I didn't think it would still be charred. Chapter 217. Enlin and Lu Qianhuan were hiding behind a dark rock, using a spell formation to conceal their auras. When they saw the little girl's distressed expression as she stared at the roasted wild boar, a hint of understanding appeared in their eyes. And Lin whispered, "She looks like a foodie. Should we start from this angle?" Lu Qianhuan blinked. "But we don't have the ingredients, and we don't have any culinary skills. How are we supposed to start?" This is indeed a problem. And Lin was a bit troubled. The two of them knew that they couldn't start from this point, but they didn't give up. Instead, they continued to observe the little girl's movements. The little girl didn't give up on the roasted wild boar. Instead, she tore open the charred parts and continued to gorge herself on it. As she ate, she kept muttering about how it was such a waste of the crispy boar skin. "Sigh, why is the human heart so sinister? I'm so lonely." The little girl looked up at the sky and sighed with a melancholic expression. And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, for some reason, they felt very strange when they heard the little girl say this. "I wonder where that pink-haired girl ran off to. The toy in her hands is quite interesting. Sigh, what a pity. She's thinking about how to deceive me. If it wasn't for the emotion vision, I might really have been deceived." The little girl sighed with an air of seniority. Lu Qianhuan and Lin fell silent. They both caught a key phrase. Emotion vision? Lu Qianhuan's cherry lips parted slightly, which means the little girl is still interested in cell phones. And Lin nodded. It's very likely that she's interested in cell phones. However, her emotion vision may be able to detect other people's emotions. She detected our deceitful and malicious intentions, and that's why we were tricked by her. Lu Qianhuan frowned. But the fact that we're trying to obtain the golden Holy Grail means that we have negative intentions. In that case, no matter how we appear in front of her to negotiate, we'll probably only be greeted by her fists. That's right, as long as their goal was the Holy Grail and the crown on her head, she would definitely detect them. And Lin fell silent for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly became excited. What if our goal isn't to obtain the Holy Grail? You're not going to get the Holy Grail? Did he hide his emotions by deceiving himself? We'll be seen through anyway, Lu Qianhuan said disapprovingly, and Lin shook his head. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, we give up on seizing the Holy Grail. Find another way to win. Give up on seizing the Holy Grail and change to another method of victory. Lu Qianhuan muttered to herself as if she was mulling over Lin's words. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. You're saying that we don't want this Holy Grail, and at the same time, we won't let anyone else obtain it. That's right. And Lin smiled. Our ultimate goal is to become the champion of this competition. Now that we have the highest total score, as long as we eliminate the others, the championship will fall into our hands. This doesn't go against our original intention. And Lin continued, if we appear in front of her with the mentality of helping her deal with the enemy, then to her we will be beneficial and benevolent. We're not afraid of her mind-reading ability or some kind of malevolent or benevolent spell, because we're there to help her. This is our true intention. Amazing! Lu Qianhuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin in amazement. It was as if she was getting to know him all over again. Then the question now is whether we should immediately go up and declare our stance, or wait until the battle to help her, and Lin said with a faint smile, that little girl is so powerful, so she may not really need our help. It's not a good idea to act rashly. We just need to observe from the sidelines and act when the situation becomes more dire. Lu Qianhuan still chose the more conservative approach, and Lin nodded and didn't say anything else. At the same time, there was another figure not far behind them. That's right, the Hall of Creation's Dong Yan was hiding behind them. It was also a representative observing from the shadows, but it had the upper hand. Although I don't know what you two are whispering about, I still feel like I should help you. A mysterious smile appeared on Dong Yan's face. There weren't many immortal spells that could be used without batting an eyelid, but just so happened that it had mastered one. Ice Core Rupture. A slight chill began to spread from within the huge boulder that Enlin and Lu Qinhuan were hiding behind. Finally, like a volcanic eruption, it erupted outward. Boom! The huge boulder suddenly exploded into countless pieces of rubble. Who? The little girl's eyes were like lightning as she immediately locked onto the two figures behind the rubble. Your Majesty, it's us. And Lin raised his hands and walked out with a smile on his face. F***CK. We've been tricked. However, now wasn't the time to find that person. If he made any sudden movements, he would be greeted with a lethal punch. Hi, Your Majesty. Lu Qinhuan also walked out with a dainty smile on her face. The little girl smiled as she looked at the two of them with interest. Who would have thought that you two would have the guts to appear before me? And Lin's lips twitched. He really wanted to say that he didn't have the guts. At this moment, Lu Qinhuan continued, We're here to help Your Majesty, the little girl faltered. Help me? And Lin nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. We're here to help you eliminate all enemies who are eyeing your crown. The little girl's expression shifted slightly, and she turned to look at Enlin with a contemplative look in her bright eyes. Why? I killed one of your teammates with my own two hands, she asked curiously. Because we're participating in a competition. If we help you protect your crown, we'll be able to obtain victory. Lu Qinhuan replied honestly, and Lin nodded as well. Both of their expressions were extremely natural and sincere. This was because this was their truest thought. A hint of surprise appeared on the little girl's face. She looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. After a brief silence, a smile appeared on her face again. There was no longer any trace of childishness on her face. Instead, it was an exceptionally beautiful and adorable smile. So this is your truest thought. Very well. A crisp voice sounded, and Lin and Lu Qinhuan bowed in unison. Please give us a chance to pledge our loyalty to you, Your Majesty. All right, you're now my left and right guardians. The little girl nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, and Lin and Lu Qinhuan became the little girl's guardians. Dongyan, who was hiding in the shadows, was dumbstruck. She stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her, feeling like the entire world was absurd. Left and right guardians? Holy F***CK. Weren't they supposed to be fighting? How did they suddenly become the golden Holy Grail's lackeys? What the F***CK was going on? Dong Yen felt like her worldview had been shattered. Fake, this is all fake, she muttered to herself. On the blue sky plaza, Wang Xuanzhan, who was barely breathing, lay on the healing spell formation. His lips twitched as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. He felt like his blood was flowing erratically, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. F***CK. I was just beaten half to death by this little girl. And in the next instant, you two have become the little girl's lackeys? This is too much. Chapter 218. Almost everyone on the blue sky plaza stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them, especially when Enlin and Lu Qinhuan bowed to the little girl to express their loyalty. They felt as if they were struck by lightning and 10,000 alpacas were baying in their hearts. This is insane. What kind of godly development is this? Become the guardian of the Holy Grail? Is this going from a battle for the Holy Grail to a battle to protect the Holy Grail? No, this is clearly to protect Athena. This is also because they have a specific goal in mind. After becoming that little girl's guardian, as long as they defeat all of their enemies, the Celestial Court will be the champions. It's all because the Hall of Creation's Dongyan is too sinister. Otherwise, God N and Goddess Lu wouldn't have come up with this plan. I think this plan is pretty good. I think I'm watching a fake battle. After a brief silence, the crowd on the Blue Sky Plaza engaged in a heated discussion. Wang, Xuanzhan, Hongdo, Arthur, and the other representatives who were beaten to the point where they couldn't even take care of themselves stared at the crystal screen, feeling as if they were about to die. They felt as if they had been deceived by this world. halfway up a tall mountain in the Zhonglong mountain ranges, and Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and the little girl sat around a campfire. And Lin was the left guardian, while Lu Qianhuan was the right guardian. As the queen's guardians, they were very honored to be given a share of the wild boar meat. Looking at the current situation, the enemy is weak while we are strong. In other words, there's no one who can fight us. And Lin analyzed the situation seriously as he chewed on the roasted boar. They won't be able to defeat us in a direct battle. What we need to do is not be careless and fall into their traps. Honestly speaking, with the queen's strength, she should be able to break through any traps with brute force. Lu Qianhuan seemed to have run out of things to analyze as she spoke. Soon after, they came to a conclusion. That's right, their side was too strong, breaking through tricks with brute force. In the face of absolute power, all obstacles were fleeting. Ha! They really found a powerful backer. The two of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Just like that, the three of them continued to leisurely eat the wild boar meat. The person who had forced them to come out had searched the area and was too lazy to look for him. In any case, the current situation wasn't that bad. After dinner, the little girl took one of Lu Qianhuan's phones and sat off to the side. She wasn't very interested in the mobile games that Lu Qianhuan had mentioned. Instead, she was quite interested in some of the other functional software, such as Meitu Xiao. Wow, my eyes have become so big. The little girl took a selfie and looked at her woof big eyes on the phone. She couldn't help but laugh. I can also change my face into an all face, a bun face, a flat face. She kept using all kinds of functions, smiling as she did so, like a little girl who had just received a new toy. High up in the sky, there was a transparent white mirror in front of August and Shirley. Through the mirror, they could clearly see the scenery on the mountainside in the distance. After seeing this, they were all dumbfounded. It took a long time for them to recover. August stammered, "Those two are Lin and Lu Qianhuan, right?" Shirley nodded expressionlessly. August took a deep breath. They're actually sitting together happily with the golden Holy Grail war demon? Shirley looked at the little girl in the mirror, who would occasionally turn her head to talk to the two of them with a smile on her face. She nodded numbly. Just like that, the two of them stared at the mirror for a long time. August heaved a long sigh. There was a look of despair on his face. The battle prowess of the golden Holy Grail war demon is basically unbeatable. Now, there are two more representatives from the celestial court. They're really ruthless. Halfway up the mountain, the queen decided to bring the two of them to her palace. The three of them flew along the tall mountain. The little girl waved her hand, and something seemed to be lifted up from the top of the mountain. The ice and snow dissipated, revealing its true appearance. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan both widened their eyes in shock. They saw a squarish rock layer growing from the top of the mountain. If they had to describe it, it was as if this mountain was wearing a square crown on its head. "Welcome to my territory, the Empress Peak." The three of them landed on the peak, and the little girl smiled as she spoke. The peak was very spacious, and there were even sparse plants and ponds scattered around. At the very center, there was a white palace. It was small and exquisite, but it was also exceptionally exquisite. And Lin looked around and asked curiously, "This place can't be seen from the outside. Apart from a concealment spell formation, are there any other defensive spell formations?" The little girl shook her head. "I'm so powerful, so there's no need for me to set up those messy spell formations. Besides, in the past 100 years, there hasn't been a single outsider who's been able to snatch away my crown." The two of them shuddered upon hearing this. Lu Qianhuan asked nervously, "Are the outsiders you encountered the same type as us?" The little girl sneered. "Of course. Do you think I don't know anything? We, the Holy Grail war demons, are spirits formed from the combination of the Dragon Vein and the Ling Emperor Holy Grail. Even if we're destroyed, we'll still be reborn. However, It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of being defeated." As she spoke, she revealed a lonely expression as if she was at the peak of her power. Her delicate and fair face lifted slightly as she sighed softly. "There are also over 100 people who have been eliminated by me. What kind of powerful cultivators have I not encountered?" Hearing this, Enlin and Lu Qianhuan didn't dare to make a sound. They knew what this number represented. It was a number accumulated from the failures of countless talented representatives. Enlin initially wanted to ask the little girl when the last time the Holy Grail had been snatched was, and who had done it. However, he was afraid that this kind of question would infuriate her. What if she greeted him with a fist? With this in mind, he forcefully suppressed his curiosity. They entered the palace. From the outside, the palace appeared exquisite. However, the interior was extremely simple. Basically, there were only some ordinary decorations and furniture. There weren't even any treasures that caught the eye. "Take a seat first. I'll brew some tea for you." After the two of them sat down, the little girl began to look around for a tea set. Enlin and Lu Qianhuan looked at each other. They could both see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The queen was brewing tea for them? What kind of play was he putting on? The little girl didn't look at them. Instead, she clumsily laid out the tea set. She washed the tea leaves, made the tea, and poured the tea. Then she seemed to have realized something. Her fair and delicate face blushed slightly. She pointed at the teacups that had already been filled. "Drink it," she said in a dignified voice. Oh, and Lin nodded. He raised his teacup and took a sip. The taste was very astringent. It was as if he had taken some leaves from a random tree and brewed it. Seeing that both of them had taken a sip, the little girl smiled faintly. Her clear eyes blinked as she asked in a crisp voice, "How's the tea that I brewed?" "Delicious." And Lin and Lu Qianhuan replied in unison, "Don't lie to me. I know you're lying." And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, "However, I still want you to have a taste. After all, there haven't been any guests in a long time. I also want to do some things that a host should do. Actually, you can choose to pour water for me." And Lin didn't say this out loud. Lu Qianhuan looked at the little girl sympathetically. "Then you must be very bored living here." "I'm not bored. I go hunting every day and eat delicious meat. At night, I can also look at the stars and moon. Every 5 years, you outsiders come here, and I can even fight with them." "How interesting." The little girl counted on her slender fingers as she listed out the things that she found interesting. And Lin, Lu Qianhuan, it would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it. But now that she did, life really was very boring. In order to make the little girl less bored, Lu Qianhuan shoved a cell phone into the little girl's hand as a tribute. The little girl didn't refuse. Instead, she was a little touched and accepted it. She held the cell phone in her small hands and said excitedly, "If only all the outsiders were as sensible as you too." In her eyes, this cell phone was like an extremely precious treasure. She stared at it with bright eyes and an unconcealable smile on her face. Just like that, the three of them chatted and laughed as they waited for the final battle. Chapter 219. 5 figures hid themselves in the darkness of the night and stared coldly at the crown on the mountain. Dong Yen, August, Shirley, Qing Ji, and Qing Xian had already gathered together. The 3 great powers were now on the same side. It couldn't be helped. It would be wishful thinking for a single power to fight for the golden, holy grail. Only by working together would they have any hope of defeating it. To be honest, August, who had seen the little girl in action, had deeply experienced the terror of her power. He still didn't have much hope for the combined power of the 3 great powers. The golden holy grail war demon alone was already terrifying enough. Now that Lu Qianhuan and Enlin were added to the mix, thinking of this, August heaved another long sigh. If it wasn't for Qing Ji's trump card, he probably wouldn't have any hope at all. Qing Ji's trump card was something that could defeat the silver Holy Grail war demon. He had paid a huge price to activate and repair it, and now it could be used again. It could be used in conjunction with August's great angel formation of 5 elements, and it could produce a certain miraculous effect. This was also the only thing they could rely on in their current situation. Dong Yen made a little snowbird and flew to the top of the mountain, flying around. There's no aura of a spell formation on the mountain peak, and even the concealment spell formation has been completely removed. It looks like they're also waiting for us to come, Dong Yen said after using the snowbird to scout for a while. August smiled bitterly. That's because they have nothing to fear. With that kind of power, they don't even need to play any tricks. They just need to crush them with brute force. Our temporary burst of power might not be any weaker than hers. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, we can catch her off guard. We still have a chance of winning. Qing Ji clasped his hands together and spoke calmly. His expression didn't change at all, but his words were filled with confidence. August hadn't seen Qing Ji's trump card before, but from the looks of it, Qing Ji could indeed boost the morale of their alliance. After discussing their tactics, the 5 of them slowly approached the mountain peak. The mountain peak was very peaceful. The cold wind blew quietly, but it also seemed a little gentle. The 5 of them landed on the ground and saw the exquisite palace. A blue spell formation appeared under their feet. They vaguely stood in 5 different directions. Streams of 5-colored light flowed endlessly, and white feathers slowly fluttered in the air without falling. A vast and holy aura began to spread in all directions. The angel formation of 5 elements has been completed. Make sure to pay attention to your positioning during the battle. August's eyes suddenly flashed with a holy light as his aura transformed. An extremely dense aura emanated from his body. His palms faced each other in the air, and a white chi whirlpool fused with the power of the 5 elements. The aura became even more terrifying. Divine punishment, white spinning sky pillar. The spiraling pillar of light descended from the sky, bringing with it a boundless might as it descended toward the white palace. Rumble. A wave of fist energy rose from the bottom up, shattering the mighty beam of light with a single punch. At some point in time, the little girl had already appeared at the entrance of the palace. She stared at August and the others with a frosty expression. "You want to tear down my home the moment you arrive," the little girl said coldly. August's expression shifted slightly when he saw the little girl's casual punch shatter the powerful technique that he had been accumulating power for a long time. He didn't reply. Instead, he charged toward the little girl. The other 4 also tacitly followed suit. Their intentions were very clear. No more nonsense, let's get to it. Dong! Yen was standing in the water element. It flapped its wings forward, and a monstrous wave covered the stars and the moon, rushing towards the girl. In the past, it definitely wouldn't have been able to unleash such a powerful immortal spell. However, with the elemental enhancements from the angel formation of 5 elements, it was able to do so in a short period of time. Qing Xian stood in the fire element position and unleashed his great Vajra palm toward the little girl. The golden palm, imbued with the power of Buddhism, grew larger and larger. Not only was it imbued with the power of fire, it was also imbued with a powerful aura that greatly increased its power. Shirley pulled out a white harp. Her slender fingers danced across the strings like butterflies fluttering in the wind. The sound waves condensed into over 1,000 white arrows that rained down on the little girl like a shower of stars. The little girl's expression didn't change in the slightest as she stared at the immortal spell flying toward her. Instead, she took an adorable bow stance and threw a simple yet serious punch. The space in front of her fist warped slightly under the terrifying pressure of the punch. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the terrifying power of the punch surged forward. This power punched a huge hole in the massive wave, shattered the great Vajrapalm, and shattered the 1,000 white arrows. In the end, it continued toward August. August roared in a low voice. His handsome face was filled with solemnity as he also threw up a punch. An earth-shattering boom erupted in all directions. The shock wave from the collision caused the ground to crack open. Blood splattered from August's fist as he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back in retreat. Without facing this girl head-on, no one would ever know just how terrifying this little girl's power was. But now they finally had a deep understanding of this power. She broke through Dong Yen, Qing Xian, and Shirley's combined attack with a single punch, and even wounded August in the end. Even though they were mentally prepared, this kind of power was still extremely shocking to them. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan also walked out from the palace. They stood off to the side and exclaimed in awe at the sight of their queen's earth-shattering punch. In this kind of battle, if there were no accidents, all they needed to do was shout 666 from the side. Shirley continued to play her harp, and a pure green light surged toward August's body. This extremely powerful life force was healing his injuries. However, the little girl clearly wasn't going to give them any time to catch their breath. She took a step forward, and her body broke through the sound barrier as she charged toward August. "Great Angel!" August roared. The other four reacted in unison, and their power flowed through the spell formation toward August's body. The white feathers around the spell formation suddenly froze. Then they quickly gathered together and glowed brightly. The little girl had already appeared in front of August, and her small and delicate fist came crashing down. Almost at the same time, a divine light suddenly erupted behind August. The light illuminated the entire night sky like the sun. Within this boundless divine light, the projection of a great angel suddenly appeared and also threw a punch toward the little girl. The two fists collided, and heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Apart from the little girl and August, everyone else felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. Energy exploded, and a shock wave swept out for over 1,000 meters, sending all the trees on the mountain peak flying. The little girl stumbled back a few steps. She raised her head to look at the great angel behind August, and an expression of shock appeared on her face. This was the first time she had been forced back by someone. August's expression was cold, and his aura became even more ethereal and profound. The great angel behind him also became more and more solid, and an even more terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. "Hurry up!" August spoke indifferently, and he lunged toward the little girl. Golden symbols danced around Qingji's body, and a vast Buddhist light burst forth. He nodded and said, "I'm ready. Let's begin." The battle for the golden Holy Grail had only just begun. Chapter 220. Heavenly Manipulation Technique. 18 Diamond Warriors. A golden light flashed in Qingji's eyes as his aura surged. In the sky, 6 huge golden runes exploded. From the explosion of the runes, 6 Buddhas covered in gold walked out. Their auras were as heavy as mountains. Budai, Bajiao, Changmei, Guanmen, Xianglong, Fu Hu. The heavenly manipulation technique was an extremely powerful puppet technique of the Buddhist kingdom. When used to its fullest extent, one could control 18 diamond Arhut puppets. With Qingji's current cultivation base, he was naturally unable to do this. Even with the help of the angel of 5 elements formation, he could only control 6 diamond puppets. However, these 6 diamond puppets were more than enough. Boom! As soon as the 6 diamond warriors appeared, a violent gale swept across the ground. Buddhist light flashed as their auras surged toward the little girl in front of them. During this period of time, the little girl exchanged a few more blows with the projection of the angel behind August, but she was still unable to gain an overwhelming advantage. August, Shirley, and Dong Yen sensed the extremely powerful auras exuded by the 6 diamond warriors and their battle-intent sword. Each of the 6 diamond warriors possessed power comparable to a soul formation initial stage cultivator. Apart from spirit stones, Qingji also had to constantly inject vital energy into their bodies, which was extremely taxing and could only last for a few breaths. However, With the help of the angel of 5 elements formation, Shirley, Dong Yen, and Qing Xan could also inject their energy into the 6 diamond warriors, greatly increasing their endurance. At Qing Ji's command, the 6 guardian deities pounced toward the girl in unison while summoning their respective magic treasures. Each of them had their own divine abilities, and each of their attacks was earth-shattering. One of the angels was already able to exchange blows with the little girl, and now, with the addition of the 6 diamond warriors, the little girl was forced into retreat. On the Blue Sky Plaza, the representatives of the other 3 powers finally saw hope reignite in their hearts after seeing the Garden of Eden and the Buddhist kingdom unleash all of their trump cards and reverse the situation. The students of the Celestial Court, however, were starting to get nervous. Their representatives were already on the same boat as the little girl, and the war demon was now at a disadvantage, which was a real threat to the Celestial Court. In the VIP stands, a celestial maiden wearing a plain Taoist robe stared intently at the crystal screen. She did not look too much at the intense battle. Instead, she intentionally or unintentionally turned her gaze towards the man who was watching the show from the side, her face filled with anticipation. And Lin's Lu Qianhuan didn't expect the combined forces of the 3 powers to be able to unleash such a powerful force. She was already planning to lend a hand when she saw the little girl being forced into retreat. We'll think of a way to stall those puppets. Even if we can't stall them, we'll think of a way to harass them. They definitely won't be able to hold out for long against such a powerful puppet technique. Lu Qianhuan exclaimed in a panicked voice, and Lin blinked. What did you say? Which one is the puppet? Lu Qianhuan glared at him. Are you blind? Those golden monks are puppets. What, they're puppets? It's so lifelike I thought it was some kind of immortal spell materialization, and Lin was shocked. Can puppets be used in this kind of competition? Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes. Of course you can. This isn't like a cheat code like talismans. Controlling puppets requires a high degree of concentration. This in itself is a manifestation of one's power. How could this kind of competition be banned? Then what if there's a type of puppet that doesn't require much control and can't manifest its user's power? And Lin was a little hesitant. What do you mean? That's what I mean. Let me show you a big treasure. Boom! As the little girl was being attacked by the 6 guardian deities, the archangel drew his bow, and an arrow imbued with divine light shot forth. The arrow pierced through the little girl's shoulder and sliced off a large portion of the mountain behind her, creating a pitch-black ravine. Blood splattered through the air as the little girl retreated. She gritted her teeth and swung her fists. The 6 guardian deities had already caught up to her and unleashed countless divine techniques. The little girl could only retaliate with punches, straight punches, uppercuts. She didn't know any other techniques. The only one she knew was this simple method of punching. We're going to win, hold on. August yelled as he continued his pursuit. They could already see the light of victory. Their auras surged as they pursued relentlessly. Boom! Another 3 guardian deities were sent flying by the little girl's fists. Their seemingly indestructible guardian deities' bodies were imprinted with deep fist imprints as cracks spread like a spider's web. However, the taming tiger, taming dragon, and long-browed guardian deities took advantage of this opportunity to charge forward and unleash their divine techniques again. Jade Tiger Quake. The taming tiger guardian deity unleashed a fist, and a tiger had materialized in the air. Golden ripples erupted forth, annihilating everything in its surroundings. Dragon-slaying sword. The taming dragon guardian deity made a hand seal, and a golden sword of 100 feet in length slashed toward the petite figure before it with a powerful sealing force. Demon binding chains. The long-browed guardian deity released a series of white ropes, which pounced toward the little girl like a series of spirit snakes. The little girl had only just unleashed her fist, and before she had a chance to catch her breath, the 3 divine techniques had already arrived. The dazzling divine techniques descended upon her. Her eyes narrowed, and she knew that she couldn't evade this attack. She curled her body into a ball as she prepared to take the attack head-on. However, right at this moment, two figures appeared before her. Be careful! The little girl was momentarily dazed upon seeing this. Her crisp voice was tinged with anxiety as she yelled. She knew what the consequences would be if the two guardians were to take on these three divine techniques head-on. However, when she saw the two figures clearly in the next instant, her pupils contracted and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Activate Ionic Deprivation Protection Spell Formation. The two figures raised their arms, and a blue light barrier suddenly appeared around them, enshrouding both them and the little girl. Boom! The golden ripples from the jade tiger quake crashed into the light barrier, and the energy pulverized the ground like gravel. However, the light barrier only trembled slightly. The golden dragon-slaying sword stabbed into the light barrier, and a boundless sealing force was unleashed. A few cracks appeared on the light barrier under the powerful sword force, but the huge golden sword was cracked open by the powerful rebound force. The white ropes struck the Ionic Deprivation Protection spell formation, and after coming into contact with the blue specks of light within the light barrier, they burst into flames. They blocked it. The little girl's mouth gaped open as she looked on, but the shock on her face didn't diminish in the slightest. In front of her stood two humanoid puppets that glowed with a white metallic luster. August and the others' expressions shifted as they stared at the two silvery white puppets in front of them with cautious expressions after their attacks were blocked. Let me introduce to you. These are the soldiers of my left guardian, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. And Lin made his grand entrance with a smile on his face. As for which one is Gundam 1 and which one is Gundam 2, I can't tell them apart. But that's all right, the result will be the same. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, kill those monk puppets for me. Following Lin's command, the two silvery white Gundams finally displayed their fearsome power in front of everyone for the first time. Chapter 221. The sudden appearance of Lin's two mechanical puppets was something that August and the others didn't expect. But no matter what happened, they had no other choice but to grit their teeth and face it head-on. Qingji knew that Lin's two mechanical puppets were quite powerful, so he assigned Bajiao and Budai to deal with Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. He didn't aim to defeat them. He just wanted to tie them down. The other four mechanical puppets circled around Lin and the others before pouncing toward the golden Holy Grail war demon. August also cooperated with the four mechanical puppets without hesitation and began to attack in a frenzy. The battle erupted once again. Then, Qingji realized that he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were far more powerful than he had anticipated. When Bajiao and Budai charged toward them, one of the Gundams suddenly pushed out its palms and released a purple halo of light that enshrouded its two targets. Immediately afterward, a boundless pressure appeared between heaven and earth, crushing the two Arhats into the ground as if 10,000 mountains were crashing down on them. Boom! It was as if the entire ground couldn't withstand this kind of power and began to crack open. Moreover, it was a very neat depression. Qingji, who was in the middle of battling the little girl and maintaining a connection with the Arhats, was shocked by this development. He turned his gaze toward Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 as his voice trembled slightly. This is gravity. Gravity was one of the most difficult powers to comprehend and use among the myriad of Taoist techniques. This was the first time he had seen a mechanical puppet that could use gravity. However, his shock hadn't subsided yet. Just as the two mechanical puppets were being suppressed by the extremely terrifying gravity, the other Gundam that hadn't used any gravity techniques suddenly shot out flames from its back. Its entire body flew toward Bajiao at an extremely fast speed. It opened its hand, and a blue sword of light formed from some kind of unknown particles appeared in its hand. At the same time, its golden eyes began to scan the area around it. it suddenly slashed down toward the area that had already been caved in by the little girl's fists. The momentum of this strike wasn't great, but it used a strange and tricky angle to avoid the Banana Arhot's block. With extremely condensed energy, it slashed into the Vajra Arhot's weakest point and began to tear apart the Vajra Arhot's body. All of this actually happened in the blink of an eye. From an outsider's point of view, the Gundam pounced on the Banana Vajra Arhot, who was suppressed by the gravity. Immediately after, the blue sword beam drew a beautiful arc and cleaved the Banana Vajra Arhot cleanly in half. The Baseo Arhot puppet turned into a golden light and collapsed. Qingji, who was controlling the puppet, spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao didn't stop after his first strike. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword at the cloth bag guardian deity. At this moment, Budai Vajra had already unleashed his supernatural power. Countless golden flying swords that contained the true meaning of Buddhism flew out from his sleeves and pierced toward the nearby Gundam. At such a close distance, the Gundam had nowhere to hide. Indeed, the Gundam didn't dodge. Instead, it tilted its body slightly so that the golden flying swords wouldn't be so fatal. The blue long sword in its hand slashed down according to its predetermined trajectory. Every step it took seemed as if it had been calculated in advance. There were no ups and downs in its emotions, and there were no distractions. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Boom! Golden light exploded, and the Gundam was sent flying by the cloth bag guardian deity. At the same time, the cloth bag guardian deity's head was also severed by the Gundam's sword. Qingji suffered another backlash. However, this time, it wasn't as simple as spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed slightly, and he was actually on the verge of collapse. Even the 4 Vajra puppets that were attacking the golden Holy Grail's war demon also slowed down slightly, as if they were about to stop. This scene scared Shirley so much that she immediately used a powerful healing spell technique on Qingji. If Qingji were to fall now, their situation would immediately become precarious. Qingji looked at the 2 puppets that were glowing with a silver metallic luster with a hint of fear. He saw that the puppet that was releasing the gravity had already stopped its attack and was looking at the other 4 Vajra puppets. The puppet that had been sent flying by the sack of Vajra also stood up again and patted its body. It was still as lively as ever, and the parts that had been struck were hard and smooth without a single crack. Qingji was once again overwhelmed with shock upon seeing this. He immediately yelled, "August, hurry up and finish this battle. We don't have any time left." That's right, they really didn't have any time left. The strength of Enlin's 2 puppets had already far exceeded his expectations. If those 2 puppets joined the fray, then it would be a massacre. They would definitely lose. The Archangel Projection's attacks became even more ferocious. Combined with the torrential attacks of the 4 Vajra Arhot puppets, terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, tearing the earth apart and causing mountains to collapse. The little girl was struck a few more times by the endless barrage of spell techniques. At the same time, she also shattered the head of the long-browed Arhot puppet with a single punch. The battle was extremely brutal. Blood seeped out from the corner of the little girl's mouth, and her delicate little face was also a little swollen. Qingji, who was controlling the Arhot puppets, trembled violently as he forcibly braced himself against the brink of collapse. Enlin and Lu Qianhuan chose to remain on the sidelines of the battle. From time to time, they would unleash a few powerful spell techniques to harass their opponents, but they didn't actually join the fray. Firstly, this was to prevent August and the others from turning their attention to Enlin in order to eliminate the threat posed by the Gundams. Secondly, they really weren't strong enough to face August and the others head-on. In the beginning, Enlin was worried that they would be targeted by the Gundams because of their puppets. Unfortunately, by the time they realized that the 2 Arhot puppets had already been destroyed, they were no longer able to deal with Enlin. Almost all of the spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza stared blankly at the 2 sparkling silver puppets. Just then, those two puppets had destroyed two extremely powerful Vajra Arhut puppets in the span of a few breaths. This completely defied their imaginations. Furthermore, these puppets were being controlled by a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing initial stage. One had to realize that the power of a puppet was closely related to the wielder's mental state. In other words, generally speaking, the more powerful the wielder, the more powerful the puppets they could control. However, the two puppets that Enlin was controlling were a little ridiculously powerful. Looking at the screen, Enlin could even split his attention to engage in guerrilla warfare. It was as if he didn't need to use his aura to control the puppets at all. It gave the spectators the feeling that Enlin had called for help from two soul formation stage cultivators, and he could completely ignore them. The students were fine with it. After all, they were God's puppets, so they could accept whatever miraculous things they did. However, the attendants of the other three forces were completely unable to accept this. Are these really F*King puppets? They're not some kind of armored warrior, are they? Su Xiaolan was also extremely confused. These puppets really didn't look like they needed to be controlled at all. Furthermore, the style of the puppets was also extremely strange. However, Su Qianyun saw through her confusion and patiently explained to her what was so special about Enlin's puppets, such as intelligent control, energy sources, and so on. Su Xiaolan was extremely astonished by her explanation. As Su Xiaolan listened to Su Qianyun's explanation, her thoughts had already shifted away from the puppets. Instead, she was lamenting to herself why Su Qianyun knew so much about Enlin that she didn't. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. In the VIP seating area, a woman with thick eyebrows clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the puppets on the screen with a scorching light in her eyes. There's no mistaking it, that's a mechanical bloodline creation from the Purple Star Research Institute. Who would have thought that Enlin would have such a treasure? The battle had finally progressed to its final moments. The Archangel and the four Vajra puppets were unable to completely defeat the Golden Goblet War Demon, and the Gundams began to enter the fray. August's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he finally made an important decision. Chapter 222. With the addition of the two Gundams, the pressure on August and the others suddenly increased. One of the Gundams spat out purple flames. These flames were imbued with a frigid aura and almost destroyed the connection between the celestial five elements formation. Holy *T. These puppets can even spit out dark purple dragon flames. August exclaimed in shock as he was forced back a few steps by the purple flames. Dragon's breath was a natural ability of the dragon tribe and not something that could be replicated by any spell technique. However, these metallic puppets seemed to be trying to defy everyone's common sense. Even the return to void stage mighty figures on the blue sky plaza furrowed their brows slightly at this sight, and expressions of shock surfaced on their faces. After the pressure on the little girl lessened, she immediately launched a ferocious counterattack. Her punches were simple and unadorned, but they were imbued with the power to shatter all spell techniques in this world as they shattered the crouching tiger Arhut's chest. Qing Ji spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with Shirley's relentless healing spell techniques to repair his injuries, the repeated backlashes were still too much for him to handle, and he began to kneel onto the ground. Unable to maintain their connection, the diamond Arhut puppets all crumbled. The little girl continued to pursue and unleashed a powerful punch onto the projection of the Archangel. The incomparably powerful fist force pulverized the entire mountain and ground. The Archangel Phantom suffered the most direct impact from this fist, and it was immediately heavily injured to the point of flickering and almost collapsing. August and the others spat out mouthfuls of blood as they stumbled back in retreat. The diamond Arhut puppets had been destroyed, and the celestial five elements formation had been severely damaged. All of this indicated that August and the others were truly on the brink of defeat. "I'm sorry, but I'll give it my all this time," an apologetic yet resolute expression appeared on August's face as he looked at the 4 people behind him. Sacrifice, heavenly flame of judgment. The little girl was just about to charge toward August when an extremely powerful, white, holy light suddenly blasted toward her, forcing her back. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stabilized her aura before making her way toward August, brimming with battle intent. She had sustained quite a few injuries after the battle, but the power that she could wield had not diminished. She wasn't afraid of the spell technique that August was using, but she knew that preventing him from using it was the right choice. 2 white figures dashed past the little girl and pounced toward August. The archangel transformed into specks of light and began to revolve around the spell formation. 2 white spears of light shot forth from the spell formation at an incredible speed, piercing through the bodies of the 2 Gundams. Let the sacrifice begin. August's voice slowly turned cold. Shirley looked at the back of the man in front of her with a complicated expression. In the end, she closed her eyes and chose to accept. Dong Yen, Qing Ji, and Qing Xian were completely confused. Only when the spell formation began to draw vital energy from their bodies did they realize what was happening. Yes, the great angel of 5 elements formation shone brightly and began to absorb everyone's vital energy in a frenzy. Previously, they had taken the initiative to instill their vital qi into the formation, but now the formation had turned the tables and was absorbing their vital qi without any restraint. Ah, stop! If this goes on, I won't even be able to fight. Dong Yen rushed to the edge of the formation and roared, trying to get rid of this force. It was still saving some strength for the little girl to fight for the Holy Grail after she was defeated. Unexpectedly, its strength was depleting rapidly, and its whole body had become extremely weak. Boom! It crashed into the edge of the formation and was forcibly stopped by the power of the holy light. Amitabha, August, why are you doing this? Qing Ji looked at August with a puzzled expression. As the eye of the formation, August paid the heaviest price. Not only was his vital energy rapidly draining away, but even his energy and consciousness had also become extremely feeble. His aura was as weak as a candle in the wind. The spell formation continued to absorb energy without any restraint. White feathers imbued with a mystical power began to fly into the sky and converge together. Boom! The little girl lunged forward, but she was once again knocked back by the holy light. The 5 people within the spell formation collapsed to the ground. They didn't even have the strength to stand, but the power of the sacrifice did not stop in the air. The feathers converged to form a slowly rotating vortex. This vortex hung high in the sky and continued to expand. It stretched for over 1,000 meters and almost obscured the entire sky. Golden flames burned in the center of the vortex, and the terrifying power it contained seemed to be able to engulf and destroy all things. And Lin stared at the suffocating vortex in the sky and immediately summoned Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 to protect them. Master, our bodies have been severely damaged, and we have activated the self-repair mechanism. We are currently running low on energy, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 spoke in unison. The puncture wounds on their bodies had already been repaired, but the light in their eyes was beginning to dim, and Lin's lips twitched. Couldn't they repair it later? What the F***CK was this self-repair mechanism on the battlefield? Heavenly flames of judgment descend. August waved a hand toward the little girl. The little girl clenched her fists tightly and fell into an adorable lunge. She raised her head to look at the vortex, and her expression became extremely grave. At the very center of the vortex, golden flames descended from the sky with the power to purify heaven and earth and incinerate all things. The entire mountain was engulfed in flames. From afar, it looked like a gargantuan golden pillar of light that supported the heavens and the earth. The flames lit up the entire night sky, and it appeared extremely majestic and imposing, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. and Lin raised his head to look at this earth-shattering attack. He only had time to pull out his black brick and place it in front of him. The prismatic barrier had also appeared at some point in time to protect him. Immediately afterward, boundless light and heat rushed toward him. An earth-shattering boom reverberated throughout heaven and earth. On the blue sky plaza, the crystal screen was once again dominated by golden light. Tens of thousands of spectators were initially stunned by the power of August's final attack. However, they soon came to their senses. There was no longer any commotion. Instead, it was abnormally quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they stared intently at the screen, waiting for the final result. The light dissipated, and the vortex in the sky disappeared. The mountain that had once towered between heaven and earth had been completely destroyed. The gargantuan mountain had been reduced to rubble. Some of the rocks were still fiery red in color, and black smoke was rising from them, indicating just how terrifying the heavenly flames had been. A series of golden protective barriers glowed brightly among the rubble. Dong Yen, Qing Ji, Qing Xian, August, Lu Qianhuan, surely they were all severely wounded. If it weren't for the golden protective barriers, they would have most likely perished in that terrifying heavenly flames. Dong Yen, Qing Xian, Lu Qianhuan, and the others had already fainted, while others struggled to keep their eyes open. August and Shirley spread their wings and enveloped themselves in a semicircle, but they were still unable to escape. Everyone on the blue sky plaza stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with complex emotions. The heavenly flames of judgment were far more powerful than they had imagined, so it was only natural that all of the representatives had been wiped out. So you're saying that August unleashed a powerful attack that killed both the enemy and his allies. I don't know why, but I'm reminded of God and's nuclear lightning fist. Bulsh ** T. God and's nuclear lightning fist only explodes his allies. August really gave it his all in order to obtain the Holy Grail. It's a pity that he used too much force and couldn't even save himself. Perhaps he wanted to use this method to prove himself. I have to say, that final attack was truly admirable. Vice Principal Yu Hua heaved a long sigh before announcing his verdict. Buddhist Kingdom, Qing Ji, Qing Xian eliminated. Garden of Eden, August Shirley eliminated. Hall of Creation, Dong Yan eliminated. Celestial Court, Lu Qianhuan, and Yu Hua suddenly paused as he scanned the image with a confused expression. Everyone on the plaza also realized this, and they began to stir restlessly. I don't think I see God in anywhere. I was so shocked by the heavenly flames that I didn't realize this until now. Could he have been buried in the ground? God, and is so powerful, he should have made it. The surrounding students became more and more excited as they discussed. Their eyes wandered around the image as they anxiously searched for that person. Vice Principal Yu Hua also activated the crystal image as he searched everywhere. In the end, they discovered a large black brick. This black brick was still trembling slightly, and a man's anguished and weak cries sounded from below. "Save me! Someone, please save me!" Chapter 223. The man's cries for help were still reverberating through the air. Vice Principal Yu Hua's lips twitched as he corrected himself. Celestial Court, Lu Qianhuan eliminated. As for the man buried under the brick, there was no golden light around him, so he wasn't eliminated. The tens of thousands of students should have been elated to see that Godin hadn't been eliminated, but they couldn't bring themselves to cheer. After all, Godin had survived such a terrifying spell technique, but now he was being crushed by a brick. This was too, save me. The man's cries became weaker and weaker. Only when Vice Principal Yu Hua announced Lu Qianhuan eliminated did he finally give up resisting. He knew that there was no one left to save him now, and Lin panted weakly under the black brick. He wanted to shrink the black brick, but he had expended all of his energy and was severely injured, so it was very difficult for him to do so. After hearing that everyone had been eliminated, he suddenly realized that the Celestial Court had already won. If they had won, then why was he still being crushed here? I want to go back. Hurry up and teleport me out. I want to go back. Hurry up and teleport me out. He continued to yell at the top of his lungs, but there was no response. After a long while, a voice finally sounded from the sky. There are only two ways to leave the competition. The first is to be defeated, thereby triggering the defeat judgment seal. The second is to obtain the Holy Grail and obtain the final victory. There are no other ways. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Defeated? Can't you see that I have already been defeated by the black brick? Obtain the Holy Grail? I'm being crushed by the black brick. How the F***CK can I obtain the Holy Grail? All right. If you're not going to let me out, then you guys can slowly watch as the brick crushes me. And Lin said feebly. The tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza all darkened upon hearing Lin's words. Did they want to see Lin being crushed by the brick? Of course not. However, the competition wasn't over yet, so what could they do? Fortunately, things soon took a turn for the better. A little girl stumbled over and appeared before everyone's eyes. Her white dress was stained with blood, and there were burn marks on her snow-white and tender face. She seemed to be in a sorry state. She walked to the side of the black brick and kicked it away. Rumble. He seemed to have used a lot of strength, and the black brick flew a little far. And Lin also seemed to have suffered a second injury. He groaned in pain, but the pressure on his body was finally gone. Under the bright, white moonlight, he saw a somewhat lonely and desolate figure. The girl smiled and picked Lin up like a rabbit. Her clear but slightly hoarse voice rang out, "Left Protector, we've won." And Lin looked at that plain smile and nodded. He squeezed out a smile and teased, "We relied on our cockroach-like vitality to defeat them." Sure enough, thick skin and thick flesh are the hard truth. The girl frowned and put Lin down. She said regretfully, "It's a pity. My little palace wasn't tough enough and the flesh wasn't thick enough. It was blown up," and Lin looked around to find nothing but rubble and rubble. There was no palace in sight, and he couldn't help but heave a forlorn sigh. He actually didn't have much of an attachment to that palace. However, he couldn't help but feel pity and regret when he saw that the little girl had to live in the wilderness after losing her home. He was just about to say something to console her by telling her that she could build another house when the little girl spoke first. "Come out, palace number 24. Her storage ring flashed, and the ground trembled violently. Another intricate palace appeared before Lin. And Lin. All right, he really didn't need to worry about this. And Lin swallowed an energy replenishment pill and walked over to put away his black brick. He then said to the little girl, "Your Majesty, you can punch me now." The little girl looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Why?" "Because I can only leave this place if I obtain the Holy Grail or if my defeat judgment seal is triggered," and Lin explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." The little girl faltered slightly before lowering her eyes. Her voice became a little feeble as she said, "You're leaving so soon," and Lin nodded. "That's right. I'm still waiting to go back to receive my award. Don't hit me too hard. Don't hit me too hard either. It should be around half the strength of a normal punch." He felt like with his tiny body, a normal punch would definitely kill him. Half the strength was more or less enough. To be honest, this feeling of waiting to be punched was quite nerve-wracking. The little girl bit down on her soft, pink lower lip before picking up the intricate crown on her head. She then raised the crown and placed it in front of Lin with her slender and fair hands. And Lin was rooted to the spot. He blinked as he looked at the crown. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? I'm the queen. How can I attack my own guardian? So, take the crown." A faint smile appeared on the little girl's face. A light breeze tousled her hair, and her eyes were especially clear and sincere. A certain chord in Lin's heart was tugged, and he momentarily forgot to do anything. This was a scene that he had never anticipated. The two of them looked at each other in silence under the moonlight. The little girl was sincere and natural, while the man was at a loss for what to do. The crown between them shimmered with moonlight, and if it weren't for the fact that her hair was still fluttering in the wind, this scene would be like a beautiful painting, silent and meaningful. But if you don't have the crown, I'm still your queen, even without the crown. You're right, Your Majesty. And Lin smiled as he accepted the crown with trembling hands. It was very difficult to describe what he was feeling at this moment. On Blue Sky Plaza, tens of thousands of spectators also looked on silently at the scene unfolding on the crystal screen. Not a single person said anything. The development of the situation was very unexpected, but for some reason, this scene was also very natural. It didn't feel out of place at all, as if everything was as it should be. Vice Principal Yuhua stared unblinkingly at the crystal screen, and waves of shock surged through his heart. "It's been almost 100 years, he murmured in disbelief. Who would have thought that someone would actually be able to do this? Yuhua's expression was very complex. There was shock, excitement, and even a hint of gratification. Congratulations, the Celestial Court has received 5 points. The voice reverberated throughout the entire Blue Sky Plaza, and it also reverberated in the air above Enlin. No one questioned this judgment, including the return to Void Stage mighty figures present. All of them stared at the scene unfolding before them with different expressions, and they were all at a loss for words. This wasn't their first time participating in the Tao Exchange Conference. They had seen the Golden Cup Ward Demon's barbaric and powerful appearance, and they had seen her look down on everyone with disdain. However, they had never seen her so sincere and natural. And Lin's body began to gradually transform into particles of light. He placed the crown back on the little girl's head with a faint smile on his face. "I didn't lose anything this time. Just borrowing the crown once earned me 5 points. Thank you, Your Majesty." The little girl pursed her lips, and she stared at Enlin in silence with her bright eyes. "Oh, that's right, the blood skeleton also has a phone. When you're bored, you can spar with it," Enlin suddenly said. The little girl faltered slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Both of you are my guardians. Don't forget about me." "Don't worry, I definitely won't forget." And Lin paused momentarily before replying with a serious expression. "We'll meet again, Your Majesty." And Lin's vision began to darken, and his consciousness began to blur. A gentle voice drifted into his ears. "We'll meet again, Guardian and Lin." Chapter 224. The first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the clouds. Vice Principal Yuhua announced the final results of the competition in front of tens of thousands of spectators on the Blue Sky Plaza. The representative team of the Heavenly Court secured the championship of the Tao Exchange Conference of the 4 Powers with an extremely high score of 83. 7 points. The Buddhist Kingdom came in second, the Garden of Eden came in third, and the Hall of Creation came in last. After a period of treatment, Enlin, Wang Xuanzhan, and Lu Qianhuan stood on the platform to receive the final award. Enlin held the trophy that was going to be placed in the school's memorial hall in a few days. He was extremely moved as he looked at the raucous cheers of the tens of thousands of spectators. Prior to the competition, he didn't think that he would be able to make it this far. But now he was someone who had made great contributions and made great contributions. He felt that he could hold this trophy without a doubt. Aside from the students on the Blue Sky Plaza, the representatives of the other 3 powers also applauded from the bottom of their hearts. This competition was truly spectacular, and it showcased the might of the younger generation of the various powers. Names such as Mobile Nuclear Bomb Enlin, Internet Addict Lu Qianhuan, and Best Fourth Contestant Hong Do had all left a very deep impression on the spectators, and the stories of these contestants were going to spread far and wide. After the announcement of the results, it was time for the award ceremony. The Celestial Court team won the championship, and all types of rewards came along with them. However, the person responsible for handing out these rewards gave Lin a fright. A woman in a simple Taoist robe made her way over and appeared before Lin. She was elegant and refined, as if she were a celestial maiden who had just walked out of a painting. Her brows were slightly raised, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "Classmate Lin, your performance was very good. You've broadened my horizons once again." A dainty smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a gentle voice. "Hee. Thank you for your praise, Master Tianyu." And Lin quickly composed himself with a seductive smile on his face. Celestial Maiden Tianyu handed over 20 vital stones, an immortal pill coupon, and a spirit tool coupon to Lin. "Wait for me at the White Crane Pavilion after the award ceremony." And Lin's face convulsed slightly. "Can I refuse?" "No." Tianyu's reply was very firm, and Lin heaved a heavy sigh as a resigned expression appeared on his face. Celestial Maiden Tianyu turned and left with the posture of a victor before continuing to hand out rewards. The award ceremony soon concluded, and the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers came to a close. After such a long period of competition, the representatives of the various factions and the spectators in the Blue Sky Plaza all showed signs of exhaustion on their faces as they returned to rest. And Lin had reaped a bountiful harvest from this trip, so he left the Blue Sky Plaza in satisfaction. After obtaining the 20 primordial stones, his net worth once again exceeded 1,000,000 spirit stones. On top of that, he had also obtained a share to exchange for a mid-grade spirit tool from the treasure vault and a 6th-grade immortal pill from the Do Shui Palace. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. However, going to the White Crane Pavilion next would not be so simple. In reality, he was still feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know why Lin Junjun had invited him here. If the reason for the invitation was because they had gathered enough treasures and were here to exchange for information about the Purple Star Research Institute, then that would be great. Beside the pavilion was a lake of water, which rippled in the gentle breeze. A woman in a plain dress sat silently in the white of the Crane Pavilion, her face full of concentration. A woman in a plain dress sat silently in the white of the Crane Pavilion with a look of concentration on her face. She held a paintbrush in her slender fingers, but she didn't put the brush to paper. Instead, she stared intently at the painting in front of her. And Lin's heart relaxed slightly at the sight of Lin Junjun's serene and gentle side, and he walked over to her. "Master Tianyu, I'm here," he said softly as he walked into the pavilion, fearing that he might disturb the woman in front of him. The woman raised her head with a faint smile. "I don't think you were this polite the first time we met." And Lin smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. "Do you know why I called you here?" Lin Junjun continued. "I don't know." And Lin shook his head obediently. The massive disparity between their cultivation bases and status made him decide to be an honest man. He would answer every question and not cause any trouble. Lin Junjun exhaled lightly, and the vital energy in the white of the Crane Pavilion suddenly swirled before the scenery around them began to blur. Seeing in Lin's uneasy expression, Lin Junjun smiled lightly and explained, "This is a concealment spell formation that secures us from the outside world. I invited you here because I want you to appraise my painting," and Lin's lips twitched. "I'm not very educated. Don't try to fool me. Appraising paintings. Do I need a concealment spell formation? To look at erotic paintings?" Lin Junjun's expression darkened and her eyes flickered, and Lin realized that he had misspoken again, and he immediately shut his mouth. "Come here and take a look. What do you think of this painting?" Fortunately, Lin Junjun's composure was very good, and she quickly regained her composure before pointing at the painting in front of her. And Lin walked over and looked at the painting upon hearing this. She had drawn a ball of fire. The flames were extremely lifelike, and the dancing embers looked as if they were about to burst out of the paper. "Wow, This painting should only exist in the heavens. How marvelous, how marvelous! And Lin immediately praised her. He didn't know how to appraise paintings, but it was a simple task for him to compliment it. You're far too kind, Mr. and Lin. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. However, my painting skills have just barely reached the realm of materialization, so I hope Mr. and Lin can appraise it carefully. Saying this, she pointed her brush toward the painting in front of her, and a faint light shimmered on the tip of the brush. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Don't. Before he could finish his sentence, the painting that Lin Junjun's brush had pointed toward suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. Boom! Incomparably scorching flames burst forth, enveloping Lin's entire body and burning him. A moment later, and Lin, who was covered in soot, stood rooted to the spot with a dumbstruck expression. He opened his mouth, and white smoke gushed forth. Mr. and Lin, what do you think of my painting? Lin Junjun's expression was still as tranquil and elegant as ever, and even her tone was completely flat. Celestial Maiden Tianyu's painting is exquisite beyond compare, and its artistic conception is profound. The flames are filled with passion and tension, and are filled with an intense desire to pursue Tao. 6 of Lin's 7 apertures were instantly opened, and he began to speak with fervor and assurance, unable to stop in the slightest. Seeing in Lin's expression, Lin Junjun smiled again. All right, I got it. I still have a myriad frost mysterious ice painting that I would like Mr. and Lin to appraise. No, let me finish talking first. I can still talk for another 10,000 years. And Lin immediately yelled upon seeing Lin Junjun change to another painting, and the tip of her brush pointed toward it. All of a sudden, the white crane pavilion was engulfed in frost. Ah! And Lin howled in agony from the cold, but unfortunately his voice only reverberated within the white crane pavilion. He finally understood why Lin Junjun had set up a concealment spell formation. She was King, locking him up to torture him. Mr. and Lin, I also have a lightsaber flying shadow painting here. Please appraise it. Ah! Mr. and Lin, I also have a barbarian prison, poisonous miasma painting here. Please appraise it. Ah! Mr. and Lin, that day, and Lin finally recalled the horror of being dominated by the violent and powerful Lin Junjun, as well as the humiliation of being beaten to the ground. Chapter 225. After being ravaged beyond belief, and Lin lay lifelessly on the ground, looking as if he had resigned himself to his fate. The woman's beautiful face appeared in his field of vision again. Even though there was a mesmerizing smile on her face, in his eyes, this smile was no different from the sinister grin of a demon. Does my painting still appeal to Mr. and Lin? Lin Junjun asked with a smile. Master Tianyu's painting has a profound artistic conception that is unparalleled. And Lin flattered weakly. I see. I actually still have one last painting. And Lin, come and appraise it again. The gentle voice flowed into his ears like a gentle stream, but it caused Lin's entire body to tremble. He almost jumped up in fright. You're still doing it. Lin Junjun's brows furrowed slightly. What, you don't like it? I like it very much. And Lin squeezed out a smile. If he had a mirror, he would definitely find that his current smile was even uglier than when he was crying. And Lin stood up with difficulty and limped over to the woman. Lin Junjun's last painting was definitely going to be her trump card. He was extremely uneasy about this. However, when the painting came into view, he was immediately rooted to the spot. A lifelike crane soared among the mountains, its ethereal and elegant artistic conception wafted toward him. This was an extremely beautiful painting. The only flaw was that the crane's eyes weren't painted on. He stared blankly at this seemingly familiar painting. After a long while, he finally spoke. This painting is a large-eyed crane, right? Lin Junjun was initially quite pleased with Lin's reaction, but her chest constricted upon hearing his words, and she began to pant a little. It's that large-eyed crane. It's because someone disrespectful interfered with it that the crane in the painting became the large-eyed crane you speak of. Now, I'm repainting it so that you can see what the finished product looks like. And Lin blinked upon hearing Lin Junjun's words. He already had a guess in his mind. Lin Junjun's brush descended, and like adding the finishing touch, she completed the final stroke on the painting. Vivid and lifelike eyes appeared on the red-crowned crane. In a split second, the surrounding Yuan Qi surged crazily and white mist rose, and Lin saw the indistinct shadow of the mountains in the distance and heard the melodious cry of a crane resounding in the pavilion. A white figure leaped out from the drawing paper. It was so beautiful, with a slender snow-white body, a flexible and wide pair of wings, a proud neck and big eyes, and Lin raised his head to look at the celestial crane that had flown out. His eyes and mouth were wide open, as if he had fallen into an inextricable state of shock. Lin Junjun was extremely pleased with Lin's expression. This perfect artwork was her true trump card. And Lin mocked her painting? This was the best way to slap Lin in the face. She raised her head to look at the crane, and a faint smile appeared on her face. But very quickly, her smile froze on her face. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she stared in disbelief at the red-crowned crane circling above the pavilion. This red-crowned crane had a pair of big eyes. They were even bigger than its head. Its big round eyes bulged out, as if there were two black watermelons hanging from its head. It flew slowly in an exaggerated and comical manner, and Lin's lips trembled, and his face turned bright red as he tried to suppress his laughter. I can't laugh. Lin Junjun's body swayed slightly as if she had received a heavy blow. One's appearance is born from the heart. This large-eyed crane was born from the reflection of the heart. So my Tao heart still can't overcome this obstacle. Gulp. The two big eyes were unable to bear the burden, and they detached from its head and fell to the ground. The red-crowned crane disintegrated into a puddle of ink, and only the large eyes continued to roll on the ground until they reached Lin's feet. The eyes were extremely lifelike, and they blinked innocently. PFFF, ha ha ha. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pointed at the large eyes and guffawed. This is the F** king I write. Immediately afterward, his body began to tremble involuntarily. Killing intent. He turned to look at Lin Junjun, and all he could see were the shadows of fists that blotted out the sky. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, 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 after a series of one-sided beatings, and Lin collapsed to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Junjun clapped her hands together, and she suddenly came to a realization. As expected, it was much more convenient to slap someone in the face. After a long while, and Lin finally regained his composure after applying the tendon and bone ointment, and he moved on to the next topic with Lin Junjun. Next, tell me everything you know about the Purple Star Research Institute, and I'll take it all. Lin Junjun calmed herself down before speaking, and Lin's eyes lit up, and he knew it was time to make some money. For some reason, Lin Junjun's heart trembled at the sight of Lin's expression, and she hurriedly asked, Wait, how much information do you have? And Lin stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. I haven't counted, but I have about 100 to 200 runes, formations, research theories, and blueprints of technological objects. 100 to 200 more. How do you have so many? Don't tell me you stole the mastermind? Lin Junjun exclaimed in shock. No. I was chased out after inheriting half of the mastermind's information, and Lin replied honestly. Lin Junjun, why? Do you want all of them? And Lin asked. He could already see the hope of becoming a tall, rich, and handsome man in the immortal world, and he instantly became a little excited. Lin Junjun turned her gaze elsewhere. The weather's pretty good today. The weather's pretty good. And Lin nodded before continuing. Didn't you say you'll take as much as you want? I'll take it out then. Lin Junjun's lips twitched slightly as she pulled out 320 vital stones from her storage ring. She cleared her throat and declared in a lavish manner, Give me 40 formations first. 40 array diagrams first, 80,000 spirit stones for 1 formation information, and Lin blinked. Thinking back to the items they had exchanged before, he felt that Lin Junjun's price was quite good. In fact, it was even better this time, and Lin drew 40 formations for Lin Junjun and happily accepted the 320 vital stones. Then he continued to stare at the woman in front of him with sparkling eyes. Why are you still looking at me? Lin Junjun's beautiful face blushed slightly as she shrunk her neck. Runes, research theories, and blueprints of technological objects. How many does Master Tianyu want? And Lin asked with an expectant expression. Lin Junjun, can I say I don't want any of them? Lin Junjun was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She had thought that she could use money to stun Enlin. But who would have thought that Enlin would inherit such a huge amount of information? It looked like she was going to be embarrassed again. The weather's pretty good today. Master Tianyu, you've already said that the weather is indeed pretty good today. Let's get down to business. The weather's really good. I'm going to take this opportunity to enjoy the scenery. Without waiting for Enlin to reply, Lin Junjun dispelled the concealment spell formation and rose into the air. Sigh. Then what about the rest of my information? And Lin yelled, Next time. Lin Junjun's gentle voice disappeared into the air along with her slightly disheveled figure, and Lin blinked blankly as he looked on at her departing figure. Then he shook his head in resignation. Sigh, I only earned 2 million spirit stones. I wanted to take this opportunity to gather 10 million spirit stones and see if I could clear my debt to Fairy Chang'e. Apart from the few pieces of information that he couldn't divulge, he still had over 130 pieces of information that he could exchange. Hopefully, Master Tianyu would be more generous next time and bring more spirit stones over.